पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्.
And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as a shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding up a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
अरुणां करुणां तरङ्गताक्षीं धृतपाशाङ्कुशपुष्पबाणचापाम् अनिमाधिविरावृतामयुकैः रहमित्येव विभावये भवानी.
I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the goad, and the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded by in all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me.
And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother, and it is in her womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. It is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, which all of us are in now, and which all of us are going to merge into.
Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truth, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
And in Parashakti's words herself, in the words of Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Sri Parachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparana, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara with great compassion. I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara.
Raising as Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Ichakriya Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as the 9 grahas, blossoming as the 10 indriyas, being as the 11 rudras, creating all the world, bringing to life, to tell and truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you.
And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment when she is on your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. So you can keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, in the Hindu tradition, a coin is considered the traditional dakshina. It can even be the lowest value. In India, it can even be 1 paise. And in the US, it can be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay.
Offer that to Devi after darshan is over. Do namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect all the coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior.
Now, all of you can see a picture of how you can set up your tambulam, how you can set up the 2 betel leaves, the 1 betel nut, 1 banana, and 1 coin. So you can set everything up on one plate and keep it in front of the screen. And if you would like, you can also keep a few fresh flowers and keep it in front of the screen.
Yes, and with this, we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti and how humanity can benefit from Devi's guidance and blessing. We will be understanding specifically what Devi has revealed on immunity and the effects of coronavirus on the human immunity. So if we can start the slide sharing for that. We'll be right back after a short break and we will enter into this next segment on immunity.
Mean by the word Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by The principle of dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect dharma, dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand further in depth on Devi's revelations made for humanity and how we can apply them to our lives. So on the 27th of April, 2021, Devi revealed, and here's a translation into English. Listen intensely, apply turmeric in the forehead, intake flowers of neem in your inner tongue, be in an unclutched state in your heart. Have anthill soil in your lower abdomen, onion in your heels as a protection, and go to sleep every day. You will be established in Nirvikalpa state and be in the state of Turiya. Parameshwari, I am blessing you all. Only this is the sweet way to get rid of diseases, suffering, ailments, karmas, mental stress, depression of this pradaya. Oh, people, listen. Life without any hardships will happen. I am giving you the completion of enlightenment and Paramashiva Padam. Let you live in Nithyananda with stability. Always I will be with you and protect you. Don't worry. So this is Devi's revelations in how to sit in Padmasana. I don't think this audio is shared.
This is the instruction for all the humanity. Neem flower and the rice will heal your body and remove all the pains, induce flexibility, samana and prana, detox your body and clear apana. Om. You will be able to sit.
And let us reiterate Devi's words on the benefits of neem flower for building healthy bodies. You will be able to sit in Padmasana like this. Eat the rice with neem flower. This is the instruction for all of humanity. Neem flower and rice will heal the body and remove all the pain. Induce flexibility, samana and prana. Detox your body and clear the apana. So here are some of the benefits of neem flower. The neem tree it offers several health benefits in all parts of the tree, known for its medicinal use. The flowers, such as the leaves, and the flowers and the leaves have plenty of therapeutic benefits, which explain its many uses in the Ayurvedic system since the ages. Neem flower is also very well known for its help in digestive health. The neem flower helps in improving digestion, and they are mainly used in their dry powdered form for cooking. It can be included in its fried, boiled, dried, or roasted forms in rice dishes and can be used in sauces for therapeutic purposes. And neem flower is also very useful in weight loss. It is extremely effective in losing fat, mostly from the belly area, which is very important for your health and especially heart health, maintaining a very less fat in the belly. And the flower is known for its potent properties, which help in fat breakdown. The neem flower is also very important in liver health. Its dry flowers can be powdered and consumed every morning, mixed in a glass of warm water. It helps in cleansing the liver and removes unwanted toxins from the body. It is good for liver health as it acts as a purifier. The neem flower is also very useful in blood detoxification. The dry neem flowers in their powdered form can be consumed every morning with a glass of water. It helps in blood detoxification and purifies the body internally. This means that clear and glowing skin. The neem flower is also very potent in improving your metabolism. Consuming neem flower on a regular basis helps in improving metabolism. It improves the blood circulation and is good for immunity and offers great positivity. Neem flower is also used in aid for gastric problems like the treatment of belching, nausea, anorexia, and intestinal worms. And in Ayurveda, it says that the leaves are magical for the eyes and a beneficial treatment for headaches and skin. So neem flower is very well known for its property in chemopreventative mechanism, and which means that it helps in preventing cancer. And it has been reported that the activity of certain enzymes are very effective in preventing liver carcinogenesis and various methods in improving the prevention of cancer. Neem flower is also considered antiseptic, so it cleanses your system. It is known to cure the skin impurities when applied to the skin. And during the summer months, especially as the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been revealing, it is extremely hot during this time, and the body reacts to this heat. And it, as the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been revealing, the body and the heat in the body is very has a strong effect on your mood and your moodiness. So the neem flower is very potent in cooling the body. Taking as a tradition, neem flower, jaggery, salt can be mixed and eaten. And this balances the heat in the body. It balances the pitta in the body. And boiling the water with neem flower strengthens the liver and is an excellent remedy for children when they have worms. So this is a very important process during the summer months, as the Supreme Concept has revealed in the Western Hemisphere. It is now summer, and many people are feeling the heat, and the neem flower can be extremely effective in reducing heat in the body and helping improve your mood and your stress levels, and ultimately helping you manifest your consciousness. So for immunity, you need to soak the flower in the buttermilk with salt, and like that, you can do that for 3 days. And then it needs to be stored in an airtight container. It can be roasted in gingerly oil, and it can be consumed regularly. Just soak the flower in the water overnight, and early morning, if you can start drinking that water, and it will help strengthen the body. And it is very effective in balancing the pitta, which in order to do, you need to roast the flowers in ghee, and then you can make it into a concoction using curry. So with this, you can understand how effective neem has been in helping with various aspects of strengthening the body, immunity, reducing heat in the body, and why the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been repeatedly recommending that we consume neem flower, neem leaves, and any and every form of neem. So now we will be entering into further revelations made by Devi Parashakti and how we can benefit from applying Devi's revelations into our lives. So let us first look at Devi's revelations on black fungus and then understand what has been manifesting in the world and how it has perfectly aligned with Devi's revelation.
கரும்பூஞ்சை வியாதிக்கு வைத்தியம் கேட்கின்றாய், நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள். கரும்பூஞ்சை வியாதி நுரையீரல் மட்டுமல்லாது மூளையையும் நசுக்கி மனிதனை ஜடமாக்கி மரணத்திற்குள் தள்ளும் உயிரியல் ஆயுதம். மனிதர்கள் மீது நடத்தப்படும் உயிரியல் போர் இது. நவபாஷாணத்தின் மீது பொழியப்பட்ட நீரும் மஞ்சளும் பாலும் வேம்பு ரசமுமே இதற்கு மருந்து. அதை அருந்தி உடலிலே அதை ஊற்றி நீராடி இருந்தவர்க்கு காவல் அம்பிகையின் சக்தி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமாகாதிருக்க தேவ ரகசியங்களை தெளிவாய் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லிவிட்டேன். இந்த ரகசியங்கள் எல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு நாம் நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு சொல்லும் பொழுது எதிரிகள் பெருங்கோபத்தோடு நித்யானந்தன் திருவுருவை அழித்திடாமல் இருந்திடவே அவன் திருவுருவை கைலாயத்திற்கு கொண்டு வந்து பாதுகாப்பாக்கிக் கொண்டு பிறகு இந்த உண்மையெல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லுகின்றேன். அன்னை பராசக்தியும் கூட உண்மைகளை உலகிற்கு சொல்லும் முன் தற்காப்பு செய்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய அளவிற்கு மனிதர்களின் அரக்கத்தனமும் அட்டூழியமும் உலகத்தில் அரண்டு ஆடுகின்றது. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
And here is the translation of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti on the 19th of May 2021. You are asking remedy for black fungal disease. Know properly, black fungal disease, not only it will affect the lungs, it will smash the brain. Also, it is a bioweapon that makes humans a lifeless matter and pushes them to death. The demonishness and atrocities of humans is dancing in the world, that even Mother Parashakti needs to do self-protection before telling the truth to the world. So let us understand exactly what's been happening in the world with black fungus. Initially, it was denied and dismissed as rare, and later it was declared as an epidemic by several states, and eventually it became declared as a pandemic within a pandemic. And it has been known to eat brains, as Devi has revealed, and mutilate bodies, the face, and eat bones, and is effective only with COVID patients. It affects mostly COVID patients and is extremely fatal with over a 50% fatality rate. And here, let us look at some of the news in regards to black fungus and how it has already been declared an epidemic by several states and is linked to COVID patients and is how it is spreading across India. So you can see here that it is a major concern in many states, as it is very closely linked with COVID patients who, even despite recovering from COVID, have been affected by black fungus and have been fatally affected by black fungus and have died from this horrible fungal disease. And as this crisis strikes India, India faces a shortage of treatments and are unable to effectively treat both the COVID pandemic and the black fungal disease, which has been affecting patients all over India. And there has been a drastic increase in black fungal disease infection among COVID-19 patients. And you can see that the deadly black fungal disease is an outbreak and declared as an epidemic with climbing cases, as cases climb to over 12,000 people in COVID in India. And you can see that how badly it has been affecting the COVID-19 patients across India. And here you can see that it is a pandemic within the COVID-19 pandemic. After COVID-19, the soaring number of fungal infections among the recovered patients have emerged as a new medical concern. More than 12,000 cases of black fungal infection have been reported from different parts of the country and are creating a very serious concern and a sense of panic among the people. Black fungus is a flesh-eating fungal bacteria, fungus, and is killing off patients who have survived COVID-19. Black fungus has a nearly 50% fatality rate and is tragically killing many who were relieved to be having recovered from COVID. The infection can eat through the skin, soft tissue, and even bones as it attacks the brain. And this is exactly as Devi revealed. It will smash the brain. It also attacks other critical organs, and once it starts growing, is very difficult to control. Doctors studying the outbreak in India say that steroids used to treat COVID-19 also weaken the immunity and leave patients more and more susceptible to this fungal disease. And as Devi revealed, human beings will die like rats and cats on the street, and people will see dead bodies floating in large quantities in Ganga. And though this has been happening many times, the reports have been misreported and underreported. And as Devi revealed, dogs will be eating those dead bodies. And because dogs are eating those dead bodies, they are also dying. And poor human beings eat those dogs' dead bodies. And because they don't have any other food, they are also dying. And this horrible, vicious cycle has very clearly already begun. Here you can see the large quantities of dead bodies reported to be found in Ganga. These are unidentified, unreported bodies, but here you can see there are numerous bodies floating within the Ganga. And as Devi revealed, dogs will be eating those dead bodies. Here is a report showing that scores of decomposing dead bodies have been uncovered in the Sangam area. And for the last 2 to 3 months, people have been burying their dead here. Sand covers the bodies. Sand covering the bodies has been blown away by the strong wind, exposing decomposing bodies. And predatory birds and dogs have been feasting on these bodies. And the government has not made any arrangements for the proper burial. But you can see that already so many places, Devi's revelations are manifesting, and how dogs are eating human dead bodies and how they are also being affected by this. And And as Devi revealed, human beings will be dying like rats and cats on the street. As India is reeling under a massive second wave of COVID-19, the number of deaths has also increased, and such is the situation that crematoriums and our burial grounds are packed up to capacity. So many times people are forced to burn their loved ones in the streets and are forced to have anonymous, many humans are just anonymously burned among thousands and thousands of COVID-19 patients without any proper rituals or any proper burial happening for them. They're just anonymously burned, and like Devi revealed, they're dying like cats and rats on the street. And as Devi revealed, those dogs' dead bodies are being eaten, and because poor human beings don't have food, they are eating those dead bodies, and they are also dying. And here you can see how these revelations are coming true. Over 150 dead bodies have been reported as COVID fatalities were dumped into the banks of Ganga. And these COVID-19 bodies have been washed further down and could be eaten by stray dogs, which will further spread the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is exactly as they revealed. And the bodies found floating in the Ganga in Uttar Pradesh the day after the Bihar horror. So dead bodies have been washed up on the banks of Ganga and were sighted for a second straight day, this time in Uttar Pradesh. The spot is around 55 kilometers upriver from the Bihar Buckner, where more than 100 bodies were found yesterday, evoking shock and anger. The Bihar authorities had argued that the corpses had floated down from Uttar Pradesh, as their state has no tradition of co-signing bodies to water. So you can see how these dead bodies are just floating down the river without anyone. We're just dying, and their bodies are just floating in the river without anyone attending to them and the proper rituals being performed. They're just dying like rats and cats on the street. And these numbers are severely underreported. It's been said that there's been more than a dozen bodies found in the Ganga. And however, these numbers are severely underreported. They're saying only 40 dead bodies have been found, but the actual number is much, much higher. You can see that. And earlier reports were saying that about 40 dead bodies were found in the Ganga. But this article here is reporting that over 400 bodies have been found floating in the Ganga like this. And India is the worst country hit by this COVID-19 pandemic. And unfortunately, they're still very much in denial of this, and media is severely underreporting the actual situation. And it could be much, much worse. As per the New York Times, it's shown that about 27 million people have been affected, and about 300,000 people have died. But the actual number, and a conservative number here, is around 400 million people, with over 600,000 people dying. So nearly double the number of people that have been reported have been estimated to actually have died from COVID-19. But the actual number is probably much worse, with maybe about 500 million, more than 500 million people affected by COVID-19, with over 1.6 million people dying. So you can see how severely underreported these numbers are and how much worse the actual situation is. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed in Satsang, if you just take a survey of your own family and friends, how many of your family and friends living in India know someone who has died within their family or within their street? You yourself take a survey and see every single person, every single family you know has someone who has either been affected or has died from COVID. Everyone has someone on their street who has either been affected or has died from COVID. These numbers that have been reported clearly do not add up to the actual situation. And you can see, based on the estimates from the New York Times, it is much, much worse. In a worst case scenario, there could be over 700 million people affected from COVID-19 with nearly 4 million deaths. This is far greater than all of the COVID-19 deaths around the world. This is the worst affected, possibly the worst affected country in the world right now, India. And here you can see that, again, 2,000 bodies were found within 1,000-kilometer radius in the River Ganga. And over, as Devi revealed, there will be thousands and thousands of dead bodies floating in Ganga. And here you can see the data from the New York Times that says the actual figure of COVID-19 is probably about half the population, half the Indian population, which is about 1.36 billion people, and about half, 70 million people are likely to be infected with COVID-19. You can see how clearly this has been severely underreported, as the Supreme Court of Hinduism has shared, and that how serious the situation is, yet how casually and how people are completely in denial and delusion about the situation. And unfortunately, it is the common people who are most affected by this crisis. And as stated earlier, in a worst case scenario, India's COVID deaths are at least 14 times higher than what the government is reporting, according to the New York Times. And you can see that this is exactly as the Supreme Court of Hinduism has revealed. India is dying and media is lying. It is best to take heed to Devi's warnings and the Supreme Court of Hinduism's warnings and take care of yourself. Quarantine yourself. Sure, if you are living in India, you are not putting yourself at risk for this terrible pandemic, and do not think that it is over yet. There, as the Supreme Court of Hinduism and Devi both know, there is going to be a third wave coming in the Buddhist. And COVID is now airborne. Initially, this was denied and criticized, but now it has been accepted as initially, and then after that, it was accepted as a fact in theory and as a theory, and now it has been accepted as a fact. And this delayed warning has created such a huge problem for the number of people who did not take this pandemic seriously and who did not take the recommendations for social distancing and quarantining seriously. Now, nobody is being held accountable for the number of deaths of millions of people who have been victim to this misinformation that was initially spread. So we can continue to the next slide. And we can move to the next slide, please. Yes, we can move to the next slide. So we can see that the world's most infectious disease is now airborne. COVID-19, according to scientists, is in fact confirmed to be airborne. We can move to the next slide. And although this was denied initially, it has been accepted around the community, the scientific community, as a fact now. And discussing the airborne the scientists have been discussing the airborne transmission for months, and it was only last week that the WHO and the CDC both made this as official and they've been sharing with the world. And here you can see that the airborne COVID threat is now confirmed and how it has changed transmission. Initially, the social distance stringent. Now, because it is airborne, the COVID-19 virus can travel much further in the air, and the recommendations need to become much more stringent for both quarantining and social distancing in order to effectively control this. And this, unfortunately, is not something that can be applied within such a dense population like India. And as the Assam chief minister has stated, home quarantine is not possible in India. The home quarantine is the prime reason for the large number of deaths in Assam. And here you can see how the chief minister of Assam has been sharing that it is nearly impossible for home quarantine to effectively prevent the transmission of disease. And on Monday, Assam witnessed more than 92 deaths, which were the highest deaths on a single day. And the chief minister has stated that we have seen more death cases are happening from home isolation, as several people do not keep the perimeters, and some do not read many people do not keep oximeters, and some do not read the counts on the meters properly. So you can see that this is not an effective way to prevent quarantine or to prevent COVID-19. And here you can see again, Maharashtra government on Tuesday announced that the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts would show that higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. And the state's public health minister said that the decision is taken to ensure better health and care facilities to patients in districts which are showing higher positivity rates. And here you can see that in India, home quarantine is just not possible. This is exactly as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed again and again, and why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up all Kailasas as quarantine centers for humanity. And it's nearly impossible for Indians who state that they are nearly 41% of houses have just a single room with about 5 people sharing that room. So it's nearly impossible to isolate or quarantine yourself when you are in such a small space with so many people. And here you can see that self-isolation for COVID-19 is impossible for 40% of Indian families. This is because many families live in single bedroom homes, and many families have more than 5 people, 6 people, and are unable to isolate themselves. If anyone is infected, they are not able to isolate themselves with a separate bathroom and proper ventilation. They are exposing the entire family to this to COVID-19 if they are infected themselves. So this is not an effective way to prevent the spread of. And you can see that there is no space for home quarantine in large cities in India. And following the ministry's guidelines on home quarantine is nearly impossible in urban households. And you can see that it's for people who are infected and are showing symptoms, there is no place in the home to isolate themselves. Many times they are forced to be interacting with their family members and exposing their family members to the same disease. So, as you can see, how baby's revelations and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's warnings have been coming true over the course of the last several months. It is now your opportunity to take heed to baby's warnings and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's warnings and protect yourself. If you are living in India, take the opportunity to go and quarantine in one of the Kailasas that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up for humanity, and take the protection and both physical, emotional, spiritual protection that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is providing for free. If you would like to take this opportunity, you are more than welcome to visit kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. With this, we will be ending this segment, and we will be right back to hear about how we can further connect with Devi and how we can deepen our connection and receive the grace of Devi through the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. We will be right back after a short break.
I mean by the word Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa's enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive.
Yes. Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us after that very quick break. Now, every one of us knows and has understood how Devi Parashakti has literally guided us, each and every one, during this extremely tense and these very, I can say, dark times, as so many people are not able to navigate their way in completely unforeseen and unsubstantiated situations where we're not able to even understand and find a little bit of guidance in our lives. Devi Parashakti has made herself available and ensured that we are really protected and finding protection at this time. When so much is going on in the world, we can still surrender and ensure that whatever we want, how we want to take responsibility, how we want to manifest our reality around us is still happening. And one way, sure way to make sure that that is instantaneous and immediate is through the offerings to Devi Parashakti, through the ritualistic sevas. Now, in Hindu tradition, whether it is the birthdays or it is our weddings or anniversaries, or it is when we're starting a new business venture, or when we are doing any different type of occasion in our lives, or we are starting school for the first time, or whatever it is, we always seek the blessings of our Ishta Devata, our favorite god, or the Kula Devata, the god of the community, or we always seek the divine blessings in order to pay and offer our gratitude for how they have guided us thus far in our lives, and always seek their protection, their guidance in life as we go further. So whenever we start something new, we always pray and we ask them to remove the obstacles and ask for guidance, blessings for an auspicious start to anything new in our life. And in that same way, for every single thing, we literally are inviting God into our lives. And in this way, literally practicing the presence of the divine in each and every aspect of our life. And that ultimately is what is living enlightenment. Just through these offerings to Devi Parashakti, making these offerings happening and intensely manifesting any of these offerings, it is such a beautiful, supreme way of living and connecting in oneness with the divine. So let us now begin this segment in today's program, the offerings to Devi Parashakti. And throughout this whole segment, we will be chanting different pramanas and invoking the divine presence of Devi Parashakti first, and then chanting different pramanas, understanding the scriptural significances, and really connecting each and every one of us to Devi Parashakti, understanding the importance and cherishing that beautiful connection to Devi Parashakti. So in an offering, it is a beautiful gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, the giving and accepting. And only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering actually becomes complete. Offering is not made out of any fear nor out of any greed. When an avatar lands, when incarnation of Paramashiva assumes the human body or any body, each and every one of these offerings, every seva that you do to them, is considered purely a part of for the purpose of enlightenment. So now with this, let us now enter into this segment of today's program and chant the Dhyana Shloka of Manonmani. Manonmani is the form of Devi Parashakti who is sitting on the very lap of Paramashiva, and she is the most compassionate, beautiful, and giving, loving form of Parashakti. So we'll now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka from the Moola Agama on Manonmani. Indunivavedakaravahninayam syat pankajavarabayajapakshasarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojjalasmanonmari swarupam. And now we'll be chanting the English translation. Moonlight face, holding the Vedas on hand and fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands in one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. And the next Dhyana Shloka will be chanting. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां द्विवेदसव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणविभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामत्रदात्रीं शुभाम्. I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes, now we have invoked the supreme divine vibrating presence of Devi Parashakti among us with this Dhyana Shloka. Let's proceed to understand the different significances, elements, and the different aspects of each and every offering. First, let us build the foundation and understand why we're making these offerings and also understand why these offerings are often made in gold. Now, in the Atharva Veda, one of the Chaturveda, the four Vedas, in the Atharva Veda, which is one of the primordial scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, it signifies, it refers to the divinity of the element gold. And I'll just be reading out the translation here. Triply born by birth is gold. From the atom of Agni is one, and it becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. So, as you can see here, there's a reference, as you can see, how the gold is for your virtuous and powerful qualities and also for your long life. It is attributed to these very divine qualities and very beautiful qualities. And I'm sure this is not new for any one of you. In our culture nowadays, in the pop culture and modern culture, we often give gifts of gold to our mothers, our fathers, anyone whom you love. You like to place value on that relationship by giving gifts of gold, by giving a gold bracelet, gold earrings. And that's why so much of jewelry business is running, because they really emphasize and capitalize on that business of love. However, even though we have recognized that this value is associated with gold and with love, we still haven't actually, in the modern culture, understood the divine properties of gold, which would essentially value it even more than anything else. Gold is considered as a divine element, not just about love, but literally about something divine, super conscious, more than any even idea that we have about love today. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Now, what does that mean? That gold is actually a very powerful metal. And the Vedic rishis, the ancient scientists of the Hindu civilization, understood this and understood that this is not something to be precious or coveted. This just should be applied in all different aspects of the civilization. If we want to live a high standard, if we want to live a great life, then it should be applied in all different aspects of civilization. And thus is how gold is literally in all the scriptures, and it is literally in every single place when it comes to the Hindu civilization. Gold is present in all the scriptures, including the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas and Puranas. And in all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from the life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. And even the horses and cows, all living beings which were worshipped as divine in the Hindu civilization and lived in coexistence with all other beings, were dressed and decorated in gold jewelry and gold ornaments. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River, for example, was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. And again, these are the oldest scriptures that are even known to mankind, to humanity itself. So therefore, gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. And because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts literally forever. Now let us understand, let's now proceed into the various offerings that we have today, array of very beautiful, exquisite offerings that you can make in order to deepen your connection with Devi Parashakti in every single way. Now today we'll have donations that you can make from any amount. It has no limitation to the highest value. So understand that you can start seeing that anything is possible for you, and for the level or the amount which you want to donate, which is possible for you right now. Just you can always see how you can offer your gratitude today, how you can literally manifest that beautiful connection with Devi Parashakti today itself. Whether it is through the e-hundi donation or any of the donations and offerings that you can make today. So the first offering which you can make is the e-hundi offering. Now, many of us know as Hindus, when we go to the temple, when we always go to the temple, we offer our respects to each and every deity. And then before we leave, we always place a few coins in the hundi. And that is a part of our tradition. We always add that amount of value to and ask and beautifully offer our gratitude in that form in the hundi. And the devotion is always accepted in this form. And in fact, in the Lalita Sahasranama, Devi Parashakti is described to be the lover of devotion, the acceptor of devotion. And she is truly fond of devotion. So I'll just be chanting that verse from the Lalita Sahasranama. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. The English translation: Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. Yes, the next slide, please. So if there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. And here it is meant that it is the autumn of our lives when thoughts turn more and more inward. The role of the divine is known and understood more clearly. So if we just do this offering, any amount of fear from our minds is absolutely removed. And ultimately, when we remove fear from our minds, that constant need and feeling to protect yourself will simply be removed as well, simply be dropped. And here be replaced ultimately by the ultimate pure protection of Devi Parashakti herself, the divine cosmic mother. So you can offer the e-hundi offering today, and we'll be going over how to make a payment and how to how to fill out the registration forms and so forth. This particular offering can be made for any amount that you would like to donate, and it can either be made through the registration forms or as well through the payment forms, or it can be made through the YouTube super chat. So we'll be going over how to make these payments at the end of this segment. So you can try to find out, or you can stay tuned at the end of this segment so that you can understand how to make a payment. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. The next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. Now, in the Vedic tradition, Sankalpa is a conscious resolution. And we can make any kind of conscious resolution. Either it is that whatever you want to take up today as your resolution for the day, you want to manifest something today or something that you really would like to experience, fulfill, have the breakthrough. You can take up that as a conscious resolution, make the sankalpa, and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti through this offering. Now, one beautiful thing here is that every single day during the Guru Puja, as Hindus, when we offer the Guru Puja, we do chant the Sankalpa. This offering of the Sankalpa is a direct blessing for that very Sankalpa that we take and the conscious resolution that we take. We often ask during this whole mantra called the Sankalpa is of seeking blessings for true auspiciousness, for true auspiciousness in our lives, to go beyond all the different types of limitations and bondages, to experience health, wealth, and beautiful relationships in our lives. The Sankalpa has all of these blessings, and these blessings literally embedded inside of it. So as we chant the Sankalpa, as the Puja Acharyas chant the Sankalpa, and they chant your name along with it, it'll literally be one way that literally all the blessings will be bestowed on you. And you can offer this as well to receive the fruition to all the desires and wishes which you are yearning for any day. So once again, you can proceed to the payment link, which is appearing on the slides, and you can proceed for the payment if you are interested in going ahead and doing that. If not, stay tuned, and we'll be going over more offerings and also going through a walkthrough of how to exactly make these payments. The next offering we can go on to. The next offering is the very extremely unique Sahasranama Swarna Kastu. And this offering, as an ode and tribute to Devi Parashakti, being described in the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731, as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is the offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Now, if you are one to know that Devi Parashakti, your very own mother, loves pearls, or she loves a certain gemstone, then you will know that this is what I want to get for her for her birthday or for Mother's Day, or when I would like to please her and when I would like to offer something out of my gratitude to her. Now, just like that, Devi Parashakti likes nothing but the chanting of her own various names. And that's why she is called the Nama Parayana Prita. Now, you might be wondering, what is this? Why does she like the chanting of her own names? Understand that the 1008 names are nothing but the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all of the various, endless, limitless characteristics of Devi Parashakti, meaning all of her beautiful qualities are chanted during this whole Sahasranama. Now, what does that mean? It means that each and every one of the energies of that quality is chanted and invoked inside of you, blessed to happen and be nurtured and grow inside of you when we make this offering. That is the whole beautiful science behind chanting the Sahasranama. So ultimately, when Devi Parashakti says Nama Parayana Prita, or when she is described as the one who loves the chanting of her own names, she loves when we are invoking her own energy, and ultimately she loves how we are benefiting ourselves, invoking her own energy and experiencing oneness with her. ultimately. So it's such a beautiful sacred sentiment. Can we go back to the previous slide, Ma? It's such a beautiful sacred sentiment, and not only that, on the gold coin which will be offered during this offering, in your name, the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti will be inscribed on this gold coin. So you can receive the blessings and have literally all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas invoked in you with this offering. Yes, we can go on now. Yes. So now now is the offering of the Mukta Anguti. Like I said, if you know that your mother loves pearls and she is very fond of pearls, then of course, when you buy her a gift or when you want to gift her something, you will of course pick the pearl ring or the pearl set that is the most precious for her. Just like that, in the different Puranas and the life of Devi Meenakshi, it is said that she loves the pearl jewelry, and she is the wearer of pearls. So in this very verse of the Meenakshi Pancharatnam that I'll be chanting now, she is described as the one who is adorned by pearls. So I'll just be chanting. मुक्ताहारणलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दु भक्तप्रभां छिञ्जन्नूपुरिकिङ्किणीमणिधरां पद्मप्रभाभासुरां सर्वाभीतफलप्रदां गिरिसुतां वाणीरमासेवितां मीनाक्षी प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिम्. An English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus and who grants all wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So this was a beautiful verse from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, where it is describing Meenakshi in all of her glory. Meenakshi is the incarnation of Devi Parashakti, who literally united all the 56 deshas. At one point in our Hindu history, all of the different civilizations, all the nations, and the early human history, there were 56 deshas, and that was the earliest civilization. The one sovereign ruler who had united all these civilizations and brought them under one civilization and ruled powerfully with Paramashiva as well as Lord Sundareshwara is Devi Meenakshi. So just with this offering of the Mukta Anguti, the pearl ring, you will be able to be bestowed with all of the fruition in any of your ambition, just as Devi Meenakshi had literally experienced the ultimate fruition, experienced the space of Kailasa and manifested that on planet Earth. That is the blessings that you will have with just this one offering to Devi Parashakti. This is what this offering literally represents. We'll go on to the next slide, please. Yes, the next slide, please. Yes, and the next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. Now in the Kamika Agama, which is one of the oldest scriptures that we are still having today, it's described all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth, and they should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. It's actually such a beautiful description here. And in fact, so many of the different references have some or another reference to lotus. Lotus is considered a divine flower. And in fact, even Shakti of Paramashiva is considered to be a lotus. And there's so many mudras, asanas, there's so much that is always attributed to the lotus. It is such a divine flower and considered so auspicious in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That's why it's used in all places. Now, just as Devi Parashakti is so radiant and resilient in all different adverse situations in our lives. We'll have the blessings in our lives to be able to manifest that very space in any adverse situation in our life. And that's what the lotus ultimately represents. The lotus lives in muddy waters and pond waters and maybe very, very little water, but it blooms to be the most elegant, beautiful flower and has so much of love associated with it. Now, why is that? How does that work? Is an absolute mystery to us, but of course we all enjoy it. Devi Parashakti is that very energy of, even in muddy waters, being absolutely resilient, radiant, and beautiful. And literally not even as if there's no muddy water, as if there's absolutely nothing bothering at all. So that is the very significance of this offering. And we can go on to the next slide. And just for you to be able to have this power, radiate the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in any adverse situation in your life, you can offer this Swarna Padma Pushpa. Yes, we can go on to the next slide now. Yes, and the next offering is the Swarna Metti. The Swarna Metti is the golden toe ring. And there is a verse here that I'd like to chant first. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. You whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees to prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. So in this offering, actually the metti is the toe ring. And in Hinduism, all the traditional, the Hindu women wear the toe ring. And you might ask why this is the tradition, what's the source behind it? In fact, it is this very verse. First, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all women are worshipped as the embodiments of Devi Parashakti herself, the divine cosmic mother. And this verse is also from the Chandi, the Devi Mahatmyam, or the Chandi Shloka, where literally it says that Devi Parashakti is existing in all of in the form of all of the different women who are living on planet Earth. Such a beautiful verse, and from there stems the worship of feminine energy and worship of women in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Now, the golden toe ring is what we offer to Devi Parashakti and to adorn her beautiful, sacred, precious feet, and which literally remove all the different darkness, the ignorance, the tamas from us, and bring the supreme knowledge. The next slide, please. So this offering, the Swarna Metti offering, is a golden toe ring that you can offer in order to be in constant gratitude and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti, even in the most difficult aspects of your life. Yes. Now let us go to the next offering, which is a Swarna Mangtika. One actually, a very special offering that is one of my personal favorites, just because of the pureness and the significance, the very valuable, beautiful significance behind this Mangtika. Now understand that the Mangtika is another piece of traditional hairline jewelry, which actually is usually worn by any Hindu woman, and it is representing the nectar which is flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra. Now the Sahasrara Chakra is the 1,000-petaled lotus at the crown of the head. So right on top of the head exists this Sahasrara Chakra. And in fact, in the Lalita Sahasranamam, once again, Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. Now, if you just put 2 and 2 together here, Devi Parashakti makes our Sahasrara Chakra open, and she literally makes nectar flow from all of the different nerves and all of our pores, literally experiencing that ultimate ecstasy and that bliss. And the monk beautiful jewelry is the hairline jewelry, which represents the nectar which is flowing from the Sahasrara chakra. So such a beautiful significance, a sweet, beautiful significance behind this this offering that you can do today as well. And not only that, this offering gives that very significance. It bestows on us the ultimate experience of Devi blessing and us experiencing the opening of the Sahasrara chakra and that oozing ecstasy of ultimate gratitude and oneness, complete completion with Devi Parashakti. The next slide, please. Yes, we can go on. Okay, and the next offering is the Pratyakshapada Puja. So in just a few days, we'll be celebrating the Pratyakshapada Puja. I'll just be chanting once again the Pramana. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet, and her feet defeat the lotus and beauty. So once again, just by offering this Pratyakshapada Puja, we can receive all the blessings of prostrating before Devi Parashakti, who is the remover of all different darkness, all the ignorance that is even possible. And just with her toenails, just if her toenails are grazing our heads, that is enough to have her bestow the ultimate knowledge and the beautiful experience of living enlightenment. Now, this offering is also extremely special because of the time that we are in right now. Right now, we are celebrating the Guru Purnima Brahmotsavam, the festival which is honoring, worshipping, and offering our gratitude to the Guru Parampara. Now, for thousands of years, it is only because of the Guru Parampara that today we are enjoying Sanatana Hindu Dharma as it is. If we enjoy any aspect of our culture and our tradition, it is because the protection and sacrifice of Guru. And because countless gurus in the Guru Parampara have stood up continuously and ensured that the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that pure knowledge, is transferred from one generation to the next, from one generation to the next. And today, the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma is in the hands, protected hands of Paramashiva himself once again, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. And he is reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma again as Jagat Guru, the Guru for the whole universe, as he is literally leading us from Kali Yuga to Satya Yuga. This is the time that Guru is the most auspicious in your life to offer your respect, offer your gratitude in anything. Understand this very festival is so important because all the different energies, the grahas, are aligning each and every one of us to surrender to the Guru. Whatever might be what you think is stopping you until now, understand that now all the energies of the whole world, every single one, is aligning you towards Guru. Everyone wants you to experience the ultimate oneness with Guru and surrender with Guru and ultimately the supreme Paramashiva himself. Now, just this offering, Guru Purnima Day, can make you align to the Guru, make you experience such beautiful oneness with Paramashiva, the ultimate. And it is sung by so many different gurus, incarnations of Paramashiva until today, whether it is Manasa Bhajare Guru Charanam by Sri Satya Sai Baba, or the Guru Paduka Stotram sung and composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the greatness of the Guru's feet and why we should be offering to the Guru's feet anything, our whole being itself. When the Guru is there accepting the offering, if you just give your eye and mind to him and you just drop that at his feet, he will give his eye and his mind, Paramashiva's own, to you. That is enough to simply ensure, simply make each and every one of you, I'm sure, want to offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on Guru Purnima Day. Make sure you're offering, make sure that you do not miss out on Guru Purnima Day offerings, and especially the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Another offering that is available for each and every one of you today is the Vastra Seva as well. That is the offering of the sacred adornment to Devi Parashakti and the sacred cloth. So we'll go on to the next slide. Now this brings us to a conclusion for all of the different offerings that we have for you to offer. And as you can see, we have the Ihundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mantika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva. So these are an array of exquisite offerings that we have that you can offer. And even if you feel perhaps today is not the time, you don't have the resources, but you don't have the money, there's still an option. And I highly encourage each and every one, if you feel, yes, there's something in this I really want to manifest. I want to manifest these beautiful sacred sentiments in my life towards Devi Parashakti and experience oneness with Devi Parashakti. Then even if you don't have the money right now, if you don't have the time or the resources right now, go ahead and fill out the tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. It's such a beautiful way that you can start manifesting these offerings in your life, whether it is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja that you'd like to offer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Guru Purnima Day. Let's start by making an intention, and that intention will fulfill itself just by its very nature of being aligned towards Paramashiva. Just one step if you take, the Guru and of course Devi Parashakti herself will take 1,000 steps towards you. If you are ready to make a payment right away, of course that's amazing. You can go to the link tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And once you're done with the payment, please make sure that you are filling out the form, Sankalpa 2021 form. This form actually makes sure that you are signing up, and your names, the names of yourself and your family members are associated, attributed, and made sure that they will be chanted during the puja for that offering. So when it is literally ritualistically offered, your names will be chanted, and all of the blessings of Devi Parashakti will be bestowed on you and your family and anyone whom you are offering for. So now let us just take a few minutes before concluding this segment and moving on to the next segment of today. Just would like to request if we can show the links for the payment. And it's a very easy process. You just have to go to the payment link, and you'll be able to see the drop-down menu, select the offering that you would like to make, and then select the offering that you'd like to make, add it to the cart, and you'll be able to proceed for the further steps and enter in your payment details. It's just a straightforward online banking, online payment process. And another option that we also have today is the super chat, the YouTube super chat. Now, YouTube has a very cool, very unique feature called the super chat, and you can pay either through credit card, debit card, or through PayPal. Make any kind of donation that you'd like. If you are a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and donation that you'd like to make today. And this is just any donation that you'd like to make. If you feel that you'd like to offer out of your gratitude to Devi Parashakti, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for manifesting in any way in your life. Now, in just a few minutes, we'll have that link being projected for all of you. And I just like to show that to everyone. Yes, we have it here. Yes, so this is the link that you can go to in order to fulfill the payment process. Again, it's very, very easy, very straightforward. And you can just press here, add to cart, and then proceed to checkout. Yes, and you'll be able to fill out all of your payment details. And then after that, we have, after you fill out the payment form, as you can see here, this is all of the payment details, and etc. After you do this, make sure each and every one of you fill out this Sankalpa 2021 form. And so this form is a very quick Google form which will just have you list out your names, your I guess this is complete, your names, your family's names, and anyone who you are offering on behalf of, and you can ensure that all of the blessings of Devi Parashakti are bestowed on you today. So this brings us to a conclusion of this segment on the different offerings, and it was such a beautiful time to share with each and every one of you how we can make the experience with Devi Parashakti so much more intense, so much more intimate, and so much more blissful, and make it absolutely a pure experience of oneness with Devi Parashakti. We'll now be entering into the next segment of today's program, where we'll be understanding the different updates, the different updates and happenings from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham. We're now joined by Manitya Achalananda Swami and Manitya Pranapriyananda to explain to us some of the latest updates and even how the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is an absolutely amazing news that each and every Hindu out there needs to listen in on. So please stay tuned, and we'll be right back with you shortly.
I mean by the word Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy
Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
And welcome to this segment on the Adi Kailasa ship. Here, before we get into this segment, Adi Kailasa ship segment, let us first celebrate the momentous happening of the United Nations recognizing the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa once again. We just saw how a few weeks back the persecution, the genocide happening on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, and that being the ongoing continuum of what has been happening to Hinduism over the last 5,000 years, is getting recognition in the international arena. And now, with this happening yet again, one can see a report has been published on the persecution of Kailasa once again, acknowledging Kailasa's stance against femicide. Femicide means the killing of a woman because of her gender, and the persecution of all the indigenous women of Kailasa by the extremists and militant forces. Kailash and the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been facing persecution for over 2 decades, especially for his highly progressive stance on Vedic feminism, true women primordial cosmic divinity as the Divine Mother. The attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community involved a massive volume of state-sponsored lawfare, vexatious litigations, assassination attempts, sexual assaults, gang rape, character assassination, shaming, sexual objectification, persecution of women, girls, and even children. Unsurprisingly, this persecution has taken a serious note in the international arena. And one can see the glimpses of this report. We will be going right into the details of this in the next portion of this segment. First, let us understand why the persecution, what really Hinduism is all about, and what really attracts these anti-Hindu terrorist elements to do such gory crimes to exterminate Hinduism from the face of this planet. The whole journey can be succinctly described in a few words as the freedom struggle of Kailasa, the story of the world's only Hindu nation. To really understand about Hinduism and Kailasa being a revival of that authentic Hinduism today in all its tradition, all its forms, all its glory, Kailasa is the only macrocosmic ancient Hindu civilizational nation to serve the religious and spiritual needs of 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity. Kailasa creates a safe haven to live, practice, express, and radiate the peaceful lifestyle of extraordinary powers as per Hinduism, regardless of race, gender, caste, or creed. Kailasa is the homeland and civilizational nation for Hindus, on par with Israel for Jews, Vatican for Catholics, and Tibet for Buddhists. Kailasa was created with the determination to not just preserve and protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma and share it with the entire world, but also to share the story of persecution that is yet unknown to the world. Towards this goal, Kailasa is dedicated to the preservation, restoration, and revival of an enlightened culture and civilization based on authentic Hinduism. The mission of Kailasa. Kailasa is a nation created by dispossessed Hindus from around the world who lost the right to practice Hinduism authentically in their own country. The movement is founded in the United States and spearheaded by members of the Hindu Adi Shaivite minority community. It is created for and offers a safe haven to all the world's practicing, aspiring, or persecuted Hindus, irrespective of race, gender, sect, caste, or creed, where they can peacefully live and express their spirituality, arts, and culture free from denigration, interference, and violence. Vision of Kailasa. The vision of Kailasa is enlightened living for all of humanity, which is rooted in the fundamental principle of Advaita or oneness, the idea that all beings can live in peace and harmony, and that all human beings are equal and divine, and can reach their highest potential irrespective of their color, nationality, religion, gender, sexual orientation, caste, creed, or race. And now about Hinduism. What is Hinduism? Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual traditions. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for non-violence, vegetarianism, worship of nature, organic lifestyle, temple-based living, yoga, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. Hinduism comprises many indigenous spiritual traditions coexisting peacefully for millennia. The Hindu Holocaust, persecution of Hinduism. The Hindu Holocaust is a stark epitome of a campaign of race extermination through a systematic, egregious, and ongoing ethnic cleansing, forced relocation, double killing through genocide and genocide denial over the last 5,000 years on the most ancient living civilization on the planet, denied by the historians and untold by its victimized survivors. The Hindu Holocaust is one of the biggest crimes against humanity in world history. Hindus have time and again suffered religious persecution in the form of forceful conversions, massacres, demolition and desecration of temples, confiscation or destruction of property, incitement to hate, imprisonment, torture, murder, destruction of universities and schools, and crimes against women and children. The systematic elimination of Hindus. Hinduism was once practiced freely in over 56 nations across the continent from Afghanistan, India, Nepal, Burma, Sri Lanka, all the way to Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia, and in 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas or provinces, and with 10,000 sampradayas or traditions. Over several centuries, the combined forces of foreign invasion, political upheaval, colonialism, and religious persecution systematically ended millennia of Hindu Swarajya or self-rule. Today, Hindu temples remain in few countries, but the Hindus who worshipped in them have been ethnically cleansed. Double killing, the Holocaust and its denial. Hindus are the victims of the double killing of Holocaust and denial of Holocaust. Denying the largest Holocaust, which has been shockingly going on since 5,000 years of history, will continue to go on in the future unless cognized first and corrected thereafter. The denial of the Holocaust through distortion of history and ideological indoctrination is the last act of a crime in the Holocaust and the heralding of the next crime. The strategy is to first obfuscate and obliterate a people, then obfuscate and obliterate their memory, and finally seek to obfuscate and obliterate the memory of the obfuscation and obliteration itself. This strategy has been successful, as today nobody knows or even speaks of the unbroken continuum of the annihilation of Hindus. 100 million killed, over 1 billion ideologically enslaved, be it by the invading Mughals or the colonial forces, be it in the name of their race or color or religious faith or cultural roots or ethnicity or some other distinction. Hindus have over the past 2000 years been subject to mass murder, multiple perpetrator rapes, forced indoctrination, artificial famines, child abuse, identity distortion, resulting in a systematic physical elimination of over 100 million Hindus and ideological slavery of over 1 billion Hindus across all sampradayas or traditions on all levels: physical, mental, emotional, cultural, religious, political, economical, social, and much more. To see a glimpse of what Hinduism has and Hindus have been facing over the last 5 millennia: massacre by invaders, man-made famines, destruction of temples, imposition of slavery, universities and libraries destroyed. To see just the top few such gory incidences: massacred by invaders in 1971 in the Hindu genocide in Bangladesh, where 30 million Hindus were displaced, 3 million Hindus massacred. In 1947, in the partition of India, 14 million Hindus were displaced, 2 million Hindus were massacred. In 1950, in the riots of East Bengal, 4.5 million Hindus were displaced, 5 lakh Hindus massacred. And a millennium before, 1000 to 1525, during the entire Mughal barbarian rule, massacres during the Mughal invasion, where 400 million Hindus were massacred. Man-made famines created. In 1700 to 1950, 80 million people starved to death. In 1100 to 1700 in the Mughal era, 18 million starved to death. 1783 to 84 in the Kailasa famine, 11 million starved to death. 1100 to 1600 CE, the 11 famines, 10 million starved to death. 1600 to 1800, 3 other famines, 10 million more starved to death. These all man-made famines created just for the sake of exterminating Hindus, Hinduism, the Hindu DNA from its very roots. The temples destroyed include in 500 BC to 1800 CE, 2,000 temples destroyed. 1992 to 93 in Bangladesh, 1,000 temples destroyed. 1567 in the Inquisition of Goa, 600 temples destroyed. Feb to May 2018, 7 major South Indian temples intentionally set on fire but shown as an accident. The imposition of slavery, 997 CE, Mahmud of Ghazni, when this barbaric invader, invaded, 2 million Hindus were enslaved. 1388 in a massacre by Timur, 750,000 Hindus enslaved. In 1556 under Abdullah Uzbek, 30, when the colonial invaders captured India, 630,000 Hindus enslaved. And to see a glimpse of the destruction of the universities and libraries of India, of Hinduism, 1193, the Nalanda University and the library, 9 million books were burnt down by Bakhtiyar Khilji. 1800 to 1900 CE, 1 million gurukuls, Hindu schools, destroyed. 500 CE to 1900 CE, 10,000 Peethams or Hindu universities, maths or colleges, and agraharams or diploma colleges were destroyed. 500 CE, Takshashila University and library destroyed during the Toramana invasion. And the ongoing Hindu Holocaust, as one can see, is still this barbaric elimination and annihilation still continues. Thousands of documents totaling 242,000 pages and 14,000 hours of video recording are preserved of this ongoing Hindu Holocaust in the National Archives of Kailasa, which stand testimony to the truth that Hindus in just the last 2 decades under the regime of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the reigning emperor of the 17 Hindu kingdoms today, were persecuted, subjected to inhuman physical, mental, emotional abuse and slavery, and violently deprived of their cultural and religious identity, and systematically exterminated by the anti-Hindu terrorist forces and atheist sympathizers. And that stands in stark contrast to the contributions that Hinduism has made to the world. And paradoxically, ironically, these very contributions have irked the vested interests, the anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces, which unleashed those massacres and destruction that we just had a very, very brief glimpse of. The top contributions of Hinduism include, number one, in the field of spirituality, where Hinduism has given the world a comprehensive science of enlightenment. Hinduism, as revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, offers mankind a perfected science for attaining the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, the Adi Guru of humanity. The open architecture framework of Hinduism reveals the core truths of the self, universe, and divine. It empowers every individual to have the freedom to customize their own personalized God, personalized lifestyle, personalized spiritual practice as per their needs and disposition. Hinduism's contributions to economics. Material abundance without exploitation is the hallmark of Hinduism's economics. Hindu economic policy resulted in India becoming the world's wealthiest country. Prior to British rule, India represented a whopping 25% of the global GDP. If we include the civilizations that emulated Hindu economic policy, that number jumps to a staggering 60%. Material abundance was the lifestyle of all Hindus, and fundamental needs like food, education, and healthcare were offered to all citizens free of charge as a basic right. Hinduism's contributions to the field of governance, which form actually the roots of modern democracy itself. Hinduism established a decentralized republican system of governance that emphasized democratic principles and self rule at the local village level. Those at the governance layer were held accountable to a constitution, a code of universal principles of human rights, and proper governance as aligned to dharmashastras. Hinduism's contributions to technology. To give just one example of the contribution to technology, Hindu technology is the ancient precursor to modern computer science itself. Hindu philosophers were the first to discover the binary number system, the algorithms, and the Nyaya system of logic, which was a major influence on George Boole and Charles Babbage, the founders of modern computer science. Hinduism's contributions to medicine. The most comprehensive indigenous system of medicine, Ayurveda. Hinduism is responsible for the world's first holistic plant-based system of medicine, Ayurveda. The ancient Hindu civilization also had a detailed knowledge of anatomy, embryology, digestion, metabolism, physiology, genetics, immunity, anesthesia, and cosmetic surgery. Hinduism's contributions to yoga, preparing the human body for enlightenment. Yoga is a comprehensive system of physical, mental, and spiritual practices designed to give human beings a superconscious breakthrough. Practices like asanas, pranayama, japa, dharana tune the body to the space of oneness or union with Paramashiva. Hinduism's contributions to mathematics, basic to advanced mathematics. Hindu civilization innovated the modern numeral and decimal system, the concept of zero, arithmetic, trigonometry, algebra, combinatorics, the basic elements of calculus, and accurately calculated the value of pi. Hinduism's contributions to physics, breakthrough discoveries millennia before Newton. Hindu philosophers conceived of the atom, the laws of motion, and quantum superposition thousands of years ago, in addition to accurately calculating the speed of light. Hinduism's contributions to astronomy, a deep understanding of the cosmos. Hindu civilization developed an elaborate understanding of astronomy, including a heliocentric model for the solar system millennia before Galileo. It also developed a theory of gravity, accurately calculated the Earth's orbit around the Sun, and created a precise star-planet charts thousands of years before the European astronomers. Hinduism's contributions to architecture, monuments that stood the test of time. Hindu civilization built elaborate, highly durable structures that exhibit fractal geometry, well-planned cities with complex drainage systems, and huge rock-cut temples carved from a single stone. Hindu is a field of art, the perfect harmony of form and substance. Hindu culture recognized 64 traditional arts, including dance, painting, singing, instrumental music, sculpture, and many other forms of expression. Each art form embodied aesthetic beauty while conveying deep spiritual truths and motives. Hinduism's contributions to the field of linguistics, the world's oldest yet most complex language is Sanskrit, which has a vast vocabulary and adaptable grammar so that words can express any nuance of an idea. Sanskrit possesses technical and philosophical terms unknown in any other language. Modern Indian scholars of Sanskrit note that many of the new concepts of nuclear physics or modern psychology are easy for them to grasp since they correspond directly to familiar notions of Sanskrit terminology. Hinduism's contributions to the field of literature, a storehouse of knowledge and culture. Hindu literature consists of innumerable rich and diverse textual sources that cover all facets of the human condition, including the world's longest and oldest works of epic poetry in the form of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. And now, after seeing what has been done to Hinduism in terms of the massive persecution, genocide, ethnocide, and the contributions of Hinduism, now let us see what the Hindu Holocaust entails. What really Hindus and Hinduism have gone through. Phase 1, Islamic invasions, 800 to 1700 AD, almost a millennium of absolute barbaric invasions and massacres and sexual crimes, the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. The Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the barbaric invaders, the warriors of Islam during 800 AD to 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period. Millions more were raped and murdered and dismembered. This is what the information recorded by Bill Duran, the historian. Islamic invasions, as Mr. Prabandhan in 1456 AD has recorded, the conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flagged with thongs of a raw hide, carried on a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. The Islamic invasions took their toll in the form of 200 million Hindus slaughtered by Muslim invaders, 100,000 temples destroyed, 1 million deities and sculptures destroyed. The rape of an entire continent. Genocide endorsed by Islamic law. Al-Hidayah in 1197, in one of the most influential works of Sunni jurisprudence, says, if the infidels, upon receiving the call to convert to Islam, neither consent to it nor agree to pay capitation tax, it is then incumbent on the Muslims to call upon God for assistance and to make war upon them, because God is the assistant of those who serve him and the destroyer of his enemies, the infidels, and is necessary to implore his aid upon every occasion. The Prophet, moreover, commands us to do so. And having so done, the Muslims must then, with God's assistance, attack the infidels with all manner of warlike engines, as the Prophet did by the people of Taif, and must also set fire to their habitations in the same manner as the Prophet fired Bavira, and must inundate them with water and tear up their plantations and tread down their grain, because by these means they will become weakened and their resolution will fail and their force be broken. These means are therefore all sanctified by the law. The rape of a continent included Hindus. Now, here Abdullah Wasab in 1606 describes the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus as conveyed to Alauddin Khilji by his Qazi or legal advisor. Hindus are like the mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must, with the greatest humility, offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for the purpose. God created the Hindus to be slaves of the Mohammedans. The Prophet had ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. One can see here the gory pictures of the depictions of the Hindu women forced to wear garlands made of skulls of their own children. Muhammad Qasim Hindu Shah Ferishta in 1606 is documenting the Raja of Nagrakot, after sustaining some loss, submitted but was restored to his dominions. The name of Nagrakot was on his occasion changed to that of Mahmudabad. Sultan Feroz on this occasion broke the idols of Nagrakot and mixing the fragments with pieces of cow's flesh, filled bags with them and caused them to be tied round the necks of Brahmins who were then paraded through the camp. It is said also that he sent the image of Naushaba to Mecca to be thrown on the road that it might be trodden underfoot by the pilgrims. The Hindu prisoners. Here in 1354, the historian Battuta, describing the torture and massacre of Hindus by Ghiyas-ud-Din Muhammad Damghani of the Madurai Sultanate. The Hindu prisoners were divided into 4 sections and taken to each of the 4 gates of the great Katkar. There, on the stakes they had carried, the prisoners were impaled. Afterwards, their wives were killed and tied by their hair to these pales. Little children were massacred on the bosoms of their mothers and their corpses left there. In phase 2 of the British occupation in 1700 to 1947 AD, the economic and psychological destruction of Hindu civilization. Will Durant, this historian, comments on the British rule in India in 1930. I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. The British occupation, as voiced by Shashi Tharoor, MP, Indian Parliament, one of the richest countries of the world, over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. $45 trillion looted from India over 200 years. 45 million Hindus killed due to famines and poverty imposed by British policies and reprisal killings for the 1857 mutiny. 680 native kingdoms are usurped by the British Raj. The colonial subjugation and the British master race theory. Using theories of scientific racism and social Darwinism, the British justified their conquest and oppression of the dark-skinned peoples as a humanitarian, civilizing mission, even though it was mere cover for racial oppression and economic exploitation. Charles Kingsley, the professor, historian, and friend of Charles Darwin, and priest in the Church of England in 1846, questions, "Do you not see then that by following these studies, you are walking in the very paths to which England owes her wealth, the glorious work which God seems to have laid on the English race to replenish the earth and subdue it?" The colonial subjugation involving 200 years of intense racial hatred towards Hindus. The Hindus, described by James Mill, the celebrated author of the seminal work, The History of British India, and the intellectual leader for a generation of East India. The Hindus are full of dissimulation and falsehood, the universal concomitants of oppression. The vices of falsehood, indeed, they carry to a height almost the other races of men. As for religion, no people have ever drawn a more gross and disgusting picture of the universe than what is presented in the writings of the Hindus. Very few words are required regarding Islam, he speaks, because the superiority of the Mohammedans in respect of religion is beyond all dispute. In truth, the Hindu, like the eunuch, excels in the qualities of a slave. The Mohammedan is more manly. Colonial subjugation, where the Catholic Church performed 250 years of ethnic cleansing in Goa. The fathers of the Church forbade the Hindus under terrible penalties the use of their own sacred books, prevented them from all exercise of their religion. They destroyed their temples and so harassed and interfered with the people that they abandoned the city in large numbers, refusing to remain any longer in a place where they had no liberty and were liable to imprisonment, torture, and deaths if they worshipped after their own fashion the gods of their fathers. This is what Filipino Sassetti, Italian traveler and merchant, is describing the Goa Inquisition in 1578 as. One can see here a gory depiction of the Hindus accused of being heretics burned alive en masse in an auto da fe.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
and setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually.
Colonial subjugation, divide and rule. The British has been horrified during the revolt of 1857. Nithyanandam. So, colonial subjugation, divide and rule. The British had been horrified during the revolt of 1857 to see that the Hindus and Muslims fighting side by side and under each other's command against the foreign oppressor. They vowed that this would not happen again. Divide and rule is a strategy that they deploy to win over the India. So a systematic policy of fomenting separate consciousness among the two communities was launched with overt British sponsorship. Colonial subjugation. The British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India, so they would become slaves of racial inferiority, engineered famines to starve natives into submission, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, destroyed local industries and forced importation of British goods, banned Indians from owning or producing the firearms. So number one, let's see how they engineered famines to break the spirit of the people. Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, said, "I hate Indians. They are beastly people with a beastly religion." The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits. The harsh British tax and export policies and poor infrastructure management, this is the real reason for causing multiple famines in India. It is not because Indians are beastly people, and it is not that Hinduism is a beastly religion, and breeding is not the fault of the Indians to undergo such horrendous, brutal, man-made famines. It is actually the British tax and the export policies and after looting India, giving such poor infrastructure to people, they are the primary reasons for the famines. Indians were forced to eat leaves, grass, and human flesh. Parents threw their starving children into rivers and wells, while others committed suicide to escape their living hell. Colonial subjugation destroying the local industry to ensure dependence and poverty. Prior to colonial rule, India was the world's largest leading textile manufacturer and produced the finest fabrics. The British engaged in a systematic campaign to destroy the local handloom industry through harsh taxation and export policies that forced India to import British made textiles and banned Indian textiles from being sold in foreign markets. Within a generation, Indian weavers were turned into beggars and their indigenous skills were lost forever. By 1878, Indian railway mechanics in Jamalpur in Bengal and Ajmer in Rajputana had become so proficient at maintaining the locomotive trains that they started designing and building their own models at a fraction of the cost of the imported British trains. The British Parliament responded by passing an act in 1912 banning all the local manufacture of trains to ensure that India's economic dependence on their colonial masters, and this destroyed the native technological know-how of Indians. Seizure, taxation, and ruin of Hindu temples. It was a strange but determined piece of policy when throughout the country the pagoda lands were resumed by the East India Company and Tastic allowances were granted in place. Now, let us really contemplate the result of this plan. What was their hidden motive? From one end of the country to another, the pagodas were ruined and unmaintained. The revenues of Tripati are on a gradual decline and will die in the lapse of years as a natural death. Some of the most celebrated temples in the country are worse off, but there are still many more strongholds of the devil. They started spreading false anti-Hindu narratives. British rulers perpetuated the narrative that Indians were generally illiterate and education was restricted only to high caste Hindus. But their own surveys revealed that every village had at least one school, and Sudras and low caste children constituted about 70 to 84% of the students. But they spread this kind of false anti-Hindu narrative even till today. We still believe that Hinduism is an oppressive religion, low caste or Sudras were denied of education, and generally it is the British who introduced the education system to Indians. These are the anti-Hindu narratives that were spread widely by the British colonial masters, and it is still believed in today's world, today's India. Every single youngster, whoever is part of this Macaulay education, still believes that Indians are generally illiterate. It is the contribution from British that we adopted education. And education was denied to one and all by the Hindu system of religion. These anti-Hindu narratives really destroyed the spirit of Indians. Indians have this huge identity crisis because of this systematic spreading of this anti-Hindu narratives. But in contrary, the century of direct British misrule of India it is the reason for leaving the population with dismal 20% literacy rate. Please understand, if a village has got 80% of people coming from Sudras or low caste children who constituted this student population in that school, why should now we still suffer the impact of this British rule, which had actually left to 12% of literacy rate at that rate? We must at present do our best to perform a class who may be interpreted by us and millions whom we cover. A class of persons who are Indian in blood and color, but English in taste and in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. To that class, we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from the Western nomenclature, and to render them by degree fits vehicles for conveying the knowledge to the great mass of the population. Despite their best efforts to adopt the English language, clothing, and mannerisms, the anglicized brown British native clerks of India were often viewed with contempt and ridiculed as Bengali Babus by their white masters for their ornate speech, self importance, and fawning attitude towards any Westerner that they meet. Concerned at the rising awareness of nationalism after the Indian Mutiny of 1857, the British realized that they strengthened their hold in India, being just a handful needed to widen their political and psychological management of India and Indians, thus began to focus on the education of native princes and pursuit of objective in Macaulay's Minute on Education of 1837 to create a class of people who are Indian in blood and color, but English in opinions and in morals and in intellect. The British government passed the Criminal Tribes Act, where various ethnic communities were deemed subversive to colonial authority simply because they did not conform to their idea of civilized living. The targeted populations, such as sadhus, sannyasis, tribals, nomads, gypsies, and sudras, were presumed guilty by birth, murdered, raped, arrested, had separated children from parents, and held in penal clothes or quarantined without conviction or due process. Upon release from British custody, targeted communities were subject to surveillance and given tattoos to stigmatize them and make them easier to track. Thuggy and Decollete Suppression Acts. In an effort to demonize the Hindus and feed the stereotype of savage of Oriental, British authorities and media sensationalized stories of bloodthirsty Thuggis or bandits who would offer human sacrifices to the wicked and fearsome goddess Kali. The image of Thuggy was promoted worldwide as an example of all that was wrong with India. In addition to denigrating Hindu culture, the narrative of the Thuggy menace was also used to justify the colonial rule, suspend the civil liberties, and target the subversive elements that challenged the British hegemony. Secular India, Hindu temples were looted and neglected.
I mean by the word Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystem, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshita. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, power, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Secular India, where the Hindu temples were looted and neglected. Post-independence, the Indian state continued the British policy of taxing and managing the wealth and properties of all major Hindu temples, despite claiming to be a secular state. Their governance of Hindu temples has been fraught with mismanagement, neglect, corruption, theft of jewels and deities, and alienation of temple land. Many temples constructed at least 1,500 years ago or much before the temple recognized by UNESCO are in ruins. Even the daily rituals are not performed. Some temples remain closed throughout the day with no one to even light the lamps. Next is the case of Sabarimala, the anti-Hindu activism. The Sabarimala temple dedicated to Lord Ayyappa in Kerala, which represents one of the Hinduism's unique spiritual ecosystem. The form of Ayyappa worshipped at Sabarimala is Naishtika Brahmachari, a strict celibate. As such, women of reproductive age are forbidden to enter the temple out of respect for Ayyappa and to maintain the sanctity of the spiritual ecosystem. Otherwise, in almost 1,000 other Ayyappa temples across India, men and women are equally allowed to access, while Sabarimala is a single exception. Ayyappa devotees undergo a 41-day period of celibacy, fasting, and other penances prior to making the pilgrimage to prepare their bodies and consciousness for spiritual ecosystem present in Sabarimala temple. Scriptures and oral tradition explain that the celibate male energy present at Sabarimala is actually harmful to the full man fertile body. It's visited by over 50 million devotees a year. Sabarimala is one of the world's largest pilgrimage sites, exceeded only by Mecca. Given its prominence, the Sabarimala temple has been targeted by the anti-Hindu social activists for years as part of a broader campaign to delegitimize Hindus as sexist and patriarchal. The temple was forcibly entered, vandalized. Its deities were broken and burned down in 1950 by Syrian Christian provocators. At the time of arson, the Marxist atheist Chief Minister of Travancore, Cochin, Keshavan, famously stated that if a Hindu temple is destroyed, that much amount of superstition is destroyed. Since 1991, a group of activist lawyers have sought to force Sabarimala to accept women by judicial fiat. Then the media narratives that were used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. A psychological warfare, the use of propaganda against an enemy supported by such military, economic, or the political measures as may be required. Such propaganda is generally intended to demoralize the enemy, to break his will to fight or resist, and sometimes to render him favorably disposed to one's position. The communications media most commonly used in psychological warfare are the same as those used in the civilian life. Radio, newspapers, motion pictures, videos, books, and magazines form the large part of the output. Psychological warfare may not be subtle or sophisticated in context and execution. Bollywood's and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gurus and gods as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt, sex peons in manners similar to the British imperial propaganda. India Today magazine, what you're seeing here is denigrating the Hindu sari while praising the Muslim hijab. The glaring double standard only makes sense in the light of anti-Hindu colonial stereotypes that is being perpetuated in modern India. Self-hatred that is being instilled in Hindus, the relentless campaign of psychological warfare that is being waged on Hindu minds by the British and their brown successors post-independence have resulted in a Hindu population that is demoralized, delegitimized, and without a sense of identity except to pathetically aid the West. This is a textbook case of internalized racism. What is the result? Result is Indians spending billions annually on fairness cream to lighten their skill to be more like their former British masters. The 2014 marketing study found that almost 90% of Indian girls cite skin lightening as a highest need for them today. What we have seen so far is a huge, grand Hindu civilization, the grand narrative of Hindu civilization, how Hindus gloriously contributed to the civilization and empowered the humanity with various sciences. Such a glorious Hindu civilization is being destroyed by these anti-Hindu forces through relentless Hindu Holocaust. This Hindu Holocaust is being explained in three different phases, whether it is from the Muslim invaders or the British colonizers or the native anti-Hindu narrative that is being spread by these anti-Hindu elements and anti-New Hindu groups who are currently in India. The religion has taken a turn where the freedom to practice the religion and the lifestyle that is benefiting the humanity is getting disrupted. Now, because of the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for last 26 years, several sciences starting to gain the authenticity from Vedas and Agamas. And the Swamiji is also persecuted for the same reason for more than a decade for bringing legitimacy to Hindu Dharma. In the next segment, we are going to see
mean by the word Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
Yes. The revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti on 12th of May 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamanand, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, manifesting as the Nijavatara form of Devi Parashakti, revealed that I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you, listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as the Nijavatara. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharadam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened being comes. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as infertile enlightened beings have to come. They have to live, it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of the conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all the Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navabhashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navabhashana flower. People, whoever comes and dips in
Mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected.
Sorry for the technical glitch. When the first world countries closed the border during this massive global emergency, it is Kailasa that has opened its door to one and all. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, who has opened his home unconditionally to one and all, where you have free food, free accommodation, free internet services. You can work from home. Above everything else, you can spiritually evolve. You can experience the conscious sovereignty and experience the superconscious breakthrough by being in these spiritual ecosystems that are personally built and blessed by His Divine Holiness Swamiji. A number of free COVID care centers are opened across India, which includes the Adi Kailash in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Puducherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Siragapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sri Puram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam in Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. These multiple free COVID care centers that are opened across India offer various social services and various spiritual services to one and all. A number of free social services that are offered during COVID-19 in de facto spiritual embassies across India includes free medical care. Medical care, when we say, it is not just the allopathy, it also includes the traditional Hindu medicine, which is Ayurveda and Siddha medicine, the infrastructure to accommodate thousands of people, personal protective medical equipment to handle the emergencies. We also have ICU on wheels, emergency ambulances, accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, food security management through food banks, and organic farming. So you have this wonderful opportunity to be part of these COVID Care Protection Center in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam. So we welcome you one and all to register in the link below, which is kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASA.org/KAILASACRE. Let's take a few minutes to register yourself in the link that is shown, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care.
I mean by the word Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Yellow என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலில் தன்னை வென்று நீரை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீரை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரு வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரு வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலில் தன்னை வென்று நீரை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நீரை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரு வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரு வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை செய்தவா என்னப்பன் 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 அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பன் அல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா
என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்யகாருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்யகாருண்யனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே பன்னீர் கை நித்ய குருநாதனே பன்னீர் கை குருநாதனே பன்னீர் கை நித்ய குருநாதனே பன்னீர் கை குருநாதனே பக்தர்கள் கனுகூலனே பக்தர்கள் கனுகூலனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே
Paramashivoham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Varyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Mantreshwara, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, citizens, consulate generals. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Listen intensely. Conscious sovereignty can be manifested in you just through the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, most simplest way. I'm not saying easy or difficult. I'm saying simple. Listen. Mind always works in the language of quality and quantity. If your mind, which can relax from this constant engaging with qualities and quantities, and Shaktipada, initiation, happens from the Guru, immediately your being starts experiencing quantum experience. Listen. Because you are constantly engaged in the activities related to quality and quantity, you miss your existence, which can be experienced only in the quantum space. I tell you, you can achieve conscious sovereignty in multiple ways. Through powerful yoga, you can achieve. Through kriyas, you can achieve. Through bhakti, you can achieve. Through yoga Vedanta, yoga and Vedanta together. By practicing, you can achieve. You can achieve with Veda and Agama. Making Veda and Agama as your lifestyle, Charyapada. You can achieve. There are multiple paths. You can achieve conscious sovereignty. I'll explain the most simplest way I achieved and transmit that same to all of you, because I committed to all of you
By this Guru Purnima, I want to give this great gift of conscious sovereignty to all of you. Today I am going to reveal very important truth and very important initiation. So listen. This quantum experience of initiation, Shaktipada and Shaktinipada, happens in a very sweet, simple, relaxed sitting with the Guru. I'll tell you how this happened to me. Then you can understand. When I sit with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my Guru, I used to be so enamored by the charisma, the personality, the way he carries himself. I just used to be lost in him. I used to be so attentive, so much into his eyes. When I asked a question, the way his eyes react or respond, I know I asked the right question, or I asked the useless question, or I asked the wrong question, or I was just trying to poke him. More or less like an attention need, not the real question. I know everything just by the way his eyes react. The way he turns his head, I know whether he likes the question I put or is neutral about the question I put, or he doesn't like the question I put, or he likes the question but not the way I put. I will know everything, the way his eyes react before even he starts answering. It is such space. I know he knows every thought current getting created or I am entertaining, engaging with. Some thoughts will appear, I will not engage with it. Some thought currents will appear, I will engage with it. Some thought currents will appear, I will just try to drop it. All this he just knows, and I know that he knows. It is like I am absolutely in a nirvana space with him. This body cloth does not stop him looking into my inner space. That is what I call nirvana space. Don't try to misunderstand purposely the word nirvana as a nudity. No. It is not, I am not using the word nirvana for clothlessness. I am using the word nirvana here for bodilessness, sheathlessness. Body is a sheath, annamaya kosha. This sheath does not stop the way I
engage me with him or the way he engages with me. It is extremely sweet, absolutely feeling secured, protected, even if you have to go through death, you will not bother, because somebody who is very trustworthy and right person who loves you and your interest, you are going through that death in his lap, under his control, monitor and space. It's extremely feeling protected, sweet. Understand, whenever you feel secured, you are ready to go through any change at any level. It's an absolute feeling connection, and absolutely sweet boundarylessness. I will feel so free with him, even when he eats, if food particles, if they drop from his mouth on his body, or few grains, I will never leave them. Without missing a single grain, I'll pick up and eat it away. Even if it falls on his body, some sambar or little curd, I'll make sure I'll take it and eat it away. Because Guru Uchishta, the Guru's prasada, is so sweet. The Guru Uchishta is such extremely sacred. Listen, it is that kind of a space. Actually, few days before, I was telling a story of ant picking up few grains of rice fell from his hand while he was eating, and I was brushing aside that ant. I did not tell you precisely more details. I want to tell you now. Actually, I was irritated about that ants. First, I felt is, how did I miss that few grains? Because anything falls from his mouth, I'll first pick it up and eat. First thing I felt, how did I miss it? And second, before I can find and pick it up, the ants came and picked it. It was more like that irritation. Guru Uchishta is sacred, sweet. That is the space in which this initiation happened to me, where this constant engagement with quantity and quality dropped, where I relaxed from the engaging myself with the quantity and quality centric thought currents. Vacation means your ability to relax from quality, quantity centric thought currents. In the Guru's lap, in the Guru's space, that real pure vacation happens. Where? The constant grinding of that quality quantity centric thought currents are dropped where the quantum start manifesting. Listen. Now, I will describe exactly conscious sovereignty as I received from my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Listen intensely. Listen. Paramashiva, in his unmanifest being, in his unmanifest state, he, me, you, all are one and the same. He manifests as creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Listen. Creation means manifestation. Maintenance, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation together. Putting in delusion or getting out of delusion together. That is called Trobhava. Liberation. These are the 5 ways he manifests. The unmanifest Paramashiva manifests in these 5 ways. And still he continues to remain as unmanifest also. Listen. This every truth I am revealing now, internalizing, will make what I am experiencing as Paramashiva as a quantum experience in you and me, where the Shakti Pada will happen in you. What I am going through, you will go through. So what I received from my Guru, you will receive it now. My Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Paramashiva himself, me, you, all 3 of us will vibrate in that same oneness frequency now through this quantum initiation. Listen carefully. All your ideas about the quality and quantity will pass. It will not be eternal. Today, when you are young, some things you want to add in your life, some things you want to leave from your life. The quantity, quality greed, and fear. The same quantity, quality, fear, and greed will change as you grow, mature, or older. Listen. So, I'm giving you one example. All things related to quantity and quality changes. They are not eternal. They are ephemeral. Sometimes you enjoy the change. That is called maturity. Growing in wisdom. Sometimes you hate the change. That is what is called attachment, suffering. This quantity, quality centric drama, whole thing is only superficial life. Even the maturity which comes when you understand this quantity and quality changes is not complete enlightenment. That is more like a dharma. You get matured, but that's not ultimate. Ultimate is understanding some things which you create, some things which you maintain, some things which you destroy, some things which you put yourself in delusion. Sometimes you pull yourself out of delusion. Sometimes you liberate yourself. All this is fundamentally you who is doing this drama. You, the consciousness in you is doing this whole drama. Waking up to that is conscious sovereignty. Listen. Listen. Later on, today again, when you have time, sit with cup of coffee, hot chocolate, or tea. Relaxed way, listen to this satsang again, sipping cup of coffee. Remember, you are sitting with me on the foothills of Arunachala, alone. Only you and me and Arunachala. Nobody else is there. Cup of coffee for you. Keep a cup of coffee for me. We both sit and sip cup of coffee. And I am giving you this quantum initiation. Listen with this relaxed mood. You will understand. I want you to understand 3 layers. 1, the quantity, quality based thinking, acting, whole productivity centric lifestyle. Quantity means trying to increase the quantity of things in your life, or even trying to improve the quality of your body, your mind, anything. Trying to increase the quality of you. Both are stupid. Both are useless. That's the first thing. Second, the quantity, quality centric greed you have, you want to sometime accumulate more money, you want to spend more time in the office, but later on you understand anyone can replace you in your office, but no one can replace you in your home. So you get the shock of your life and realize, oh God, I should have spent more time in my home. Then the next level you will understand. Anyone can replace you, even in your family, but no one can replace what you need to do to yourself to raise your quality. Then next level you will get matured. Even the idea of raising your quality by yourself is extremely wasting time. Instead, a simple quantum initiation with Guru can raise you beyond the quality, quantity, stupidities. The levels of evolving. Because even if you work on yourself, raise all your qualities to higher and higher level, it is more like an ant trying to climb the hill. When it is going to reach the top. But the same ant sitting on the shoulder of the Guru, when he climbs the hill, just in few hours, it is going to reach the top. So, now, what I am doing is I am just taking you on my shoulder and raising you to the Kailasa top, offering you at the feet of Paramashiva so that quantum initiation can happen. Listen. Things you desire when you are in the creation space, you may hate when you are in the destruction space. And you should know all the destruction in your life is your conscious choice. Things you like very much when you are in a maintenance mode, you may hate when you are in delusion. Many things which you hate when you are in delusion, you may feel so valuable when you are liberated. Listen, when you are in delusion, you will feel suffocated by Guru. You just want to escape from him. You don't even want to see him. You don't even want to remember. Even if you see his photographs in some shop, you will feel irritated and leave that shop when you are in delusion. But when you are moving towards liberation, you just wait for him to appear here and there. Even in the car sticker, if you see him, your face becomes white with a smile. Listen, things you like when you are in delusion, you will hate when you are in liberation. Things you hate when you are in delusion, you will love it when you are in liberation. So the quality, quantity based ideas constantly change. And this change also changes. That's the beauty. Change also changes. I will reveal statement by statement. You just listen. That is more than enough, because now all of you, I can see, have got into that space of that quantum initiation. When I see only hearts, smiles, and no questions in the social media, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere, I know everyone who is listening has dropped from this quantity quality centric thought current and ready for quantum initiation. So I'll just make statements. Asudosha, call and tell your mother to get your dad also for initiation. Always your dad comes for initiation. Today I am not seeing him. I don't know whether he is there, or if he is not there, call him for initiation. And Ma Bhakti Vashyananda, hurry, get your pet. He sincerely listened to my satsang and gets initiated. I don't want him to miss the initiation. Call him, get him and make him sit. Sobi, tell Raghu to watch from the wherever he is. I want him to have the initiation. Listen. Shiv Pandit, sit straight. And listen intensely. I'm only going to make simple statements. Just listen intensely. That is enough. Shiv Pandit, if you are able to see me, hear me, wave your hands. I want you to know every day I accept sincerely that banana, fruit, and the betel leaf and the offerings you keep for me. So sit straight. Listen to this initiation. First, listen to the statements I am making. The quality and quantity centric thought currents constantly keeps you in friction, agitation. Because of that friction, agitation, stress, you never get a space to reclaim your conscious sovereignty. So listen. Vinayaka Shrikanta, settle down. Listen to the initiation. You can attend to work later on. Asudosha, call and tell your mother to get your dad and settle down for the initiation. Maitreyi, get all the kids and make them sit. Listen to the initiation. Listen. If you want to call your friends, family, whoever you want, very important people in your life whom you think should have their initiation, call them. Because these initiation moments are the essence of all the satsangs I give. Satsangs are fundamentally to prepare you to come to this nirvana space where you just know everything happening in my inner space and I know what is happening in your inner space, and we both are happy about it. I am so happy. You know what is happening in my inner space, and you are so happy. I know what is happening in your inner space. This intimacy is called the space of nirvana, not clothlessness,
But sheathlessness. Lata, get Harish. Make him sit. Hima, get Valli. Listen. I think many times people get shocked because they don't think I know all their names and who is sitting in the satsang and who is not sitting in the satsang. When I call and tell them, they get shocked. Oh God, Swamiji is watching so closely. Without even two-way, I can watch. Two-way, how can you? Hmm? Sadantra Priya, I think Asudosha is not able to reach your mom. You call and tell your mom, still your dad has not come for initiation. If he is not in home, let him log wherever he is and get him to initiation. Listen. Now I'll make the next statement. Ordinary teachers, by giving you words, keep you so engaged. Many times you miss enlightenment because of ordinary teachers and ordinary philosophers. Like how your quantity quality centric thought currents irritate, keeps you in friction, engages you in stupidity, and makes you miss the conscious sovereignty. You are engaging with ordinary teachers and philosophers, makes you miss stupidly the real Guru's initiation. So now, sit. I'll bring the initiation to you. Nirvana Diksha. Again, I wanted to repeat, Nirvana is not clothlessness, it is sheathlessness. You sitting with me without your body, such deep engagement where you know whatever is going on in you is known to me, and I know whatever is going on in me is known to you, and both of us are happy to know each other's inner space. I have nothing to hide from you. Everything is happening here. I want you to know. Not only I don't want to hide, I want you positively for you to know. Same way, if you feel everything happening in you, you have nothing to hide, you want me to know and you are happy that I know it. You are very positively interested in me knowing it. This space is called Nirvana. And in this space only that quantum initiation happens. The conscious sovereignty is experienced by you. In this space of Nirvana Diksha, the Shakti Pada and Shakti Nipada for the conscious sovereignty happens. So listen. What all you like quantity wise and quality wise when you are young in the creation zone of your life. You may not like them, you may not want them when you move
to a different phase of your life. Sometimes you may even hate them. I have seen many people feeling that they spend too much time on money making instead of living the life they always wanted. I always feel more stamps on my passport makes me rich than the zeros in the bank account. Of course, by the grace of Paramashiva, I don't have a bank account. Throughout my life, I lived living without any bank account, idea of bank account. Many times, your likes, dislikes, changes based on the space you are in. All I am asking you is, first, get comfortable. First level, the preliminary level. Get comfortable with the idea this quantity quality centric lifestyle is not complete. That is not absolute. That is not freedom. That is not your sovereignty. The second thing, you knowing the likes you have, dislikes you have, the greed you have, the fear you have about some quantity, some quality during the creation dimension or maintenance dimension, destruction dimension, delusion dimension, liberation dimension, all this is your decision. You, who is the source and center, you are the powerful existence during all this. Listen to this statement very deeply. You will have conscious sovereignty now. Before this satsang is over, you will experience conscious sovereignty, because it's not difficult and it's not easy, it is simple. There are some pain points in you. Like you feel, yes, I know change is inevitable, so I have to accept change. Okay, as long as this money is there in my life, I will enjoy. This person is there in my life, I will enjoy. When I am not able to handle the pain I have to go through to keep this money or keep this person, when it becomes high maintenance, I will drop. All this kind of a very vague strategies, thought currents. Take all this into consideration in front of you. What you firmly like, what you firmly hate, what
firm greed. Come what may, I am not going to leave this person. I am not going to leave this luxury. I am not going to leave this habit. That kind of a firm attachment or some firm hatred. Come what may, I will never see this fellow again. Come what may, I will never go to that place again. Firm hatred, firm attachments are strategic hatred and strategic attachments. As long as he is good to me, I will be attached to him. When I feel he is not good to me and to my interest, I will throw him. I may even want to kill him. I may even want to discard him, not only from my life, he should not even be there in the whole world. But all these kind of strategies, cunningness, all these kind of ideas, take everything into consideration in front of you. All this whole thing is not compulsion on you, and you don't need to feel they are all binds you or chains you. You, conscious sovereign being, is above all this. Listen. You, conscious sovereign being, is above all this. Good, bad, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, virtues of enlightenment, tyaga, love, selfishness, different things, sometimes extreme opposite, paradoxical. Even those qualities, those kind of people, those kind of experiences, all that can coexist in you. That coexistence does not need to be contradicting your conscious sovereignty. Your conscious sovereignty is your identity, existence. Listen, sometimes you may cook, that does not mean you are a chef. Sometimes you may speak, that does not mean you are a speaker. Sometimes you may administer, that does not mean you are an administrator. Sometimes you may manage, that does not mean you are a manager. All this is periphery existence of you. The quantum existence, the actual existence of you is conscious sovereign being who plays with creation, maintenance, destruction, delusion, liberation. It is you who is playing all this. It's like a lotus having 5 petals. The core lotus is unmanifest Paramashiva, and these 5 petals are the manifest Paramashiva. My Guru has given me the Paramashiva mandala. It has that 5-star symbol. The center one linga and 5 stars, 5 lingas are drawn. That's one of the meaning of that mandala is the unmanifest is the center linga and the panchalinga on 5 side is the 5 faces of Paramashiva. If you are in delusion, don't be afraid. It is actually delusion kicks you to the next level of liberation. See, 3 seconds of nightmare not only gets you out of nightmare, it pushes you to the next level of state of consciousness called waking state. From dream, you are just kicked to the waking state. High. From dream, moving to waking state is like an enlightenment in dream state. So, if you had a very sweet dream, normal dream in your dream state, you would have just gone again back to dream state or deep sleep state. But if you had a nightmare, you can neither go back to dream state or deep sleep state. You have to be kicked to waking state. So delusion in the delusion in the dream state is nightmare. But ultimately that nightmare does a great good thing that you are enlightened, pushed out of the dream state to the waking state. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is enlightenment. Same way, from dream, if you are pushed to waking, that is enlightenment in this level. Understand? Enlightenment means getting pushed to the next higher state of consciousness. From deep sleep, if you are pushed to the dream state, that's one level enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, that is one level of enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is next level of enlightenment. From Turiya, if you are pushed to Turiyatita, that's the next level of enlightenment. So understand, the nightmare in your dream state is not as bad as you always think, because just the 3-second nightmare, and you need to know, no nightmare can be longer than 3 seconds. It's a law of life. In the dream, it may look like a long time, but actually, in chronological waking state time, it is only 3 seconds. So, all nightmares are enlightenment in the dream state, because it has pushed you from dream state to the waking state, which is a level of enlightenment in the, as far as the dream state is concerned. I should call there are 4 levels of enlightenment. From deep sleep, when you are pushed to the dream state, it's called dream enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, it's called waking enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to Turiya, it's called awakened enlightenment. From Turiya, when you are pushed to Turiyatita, it's called living enlightenment. So, even the nightmare, which is delusion, is not bad as you always think. So all delusions are not bad, because many times your delusions push you to the next level enlightenment, liberation. So understand this truth, powerful cognition.
no nightmare can be longer than 3 seconds, and no death will be longer than 3 seconds. Because during the death, you go through the nightmare, the worst nightmare of your whole life. If you lived as a deep devotee connected to Guru, you go through the best wet dream of your life. Wet dream also wakes you up. Nightmare also wakes you up. If you lived throughout your life fear-centric, you go through the worst nightmare during the death. If you lived an very deeply, romantically devoted life to your Ishta Devata or your Guru, the higher being, you go through an extremely sweet, ecstatic dream, wet dream, through the 3 seconds, and you wake up liberated. You move to the Turiya state. If you neither go through nightmare nor go through wet dream, like a mediocre, then you again fall back into the same next birth and go through this birth and death, this rut. So listen. Now every statement I made, if you just map it to many questions you have, you will fall from this quantity, quality, nagging, irritating frictions into the quantum enlightenment now. You will understand your conscious sovereignty is the most supreme existence identity of you, and in you, with your approval, with your permission, your order, because of your commandment, your creation dimension, your maintenance dimension, your destruction dimension, your delusion dimension, your liberation dimension, all the 5 functions, and your unmanifest is the Lord. You are the Lord. This truth, when it clicks in you, you regain your conscious sovereignty. My life is to give you conscious sovereignty. Not just my life's mission, my very life is to give you conscious sovereignty. My Guru gave me this. I am here to give you this. I will repeat the same truth in a different words, from the different angle. Listen. Gauri Bharata, tell Anusha to come and sit for initiation. Get Anusha. Shilpa, get Shaktidhara for initiation. I'm not seeing him. I think the lighting. Listen. I'm going to repeat the same truth with the different words. Because from the multiple angles, when I explain, many of your pain points will break, melt down. The arrogance with which you stick to your
ideas. If it melts down, you can achieve the conscious sovereignty now. My goal is you experiencing conscious sovereignty now. See, the satsang is going to be very long. I'm going to elaborately talk and initiate all of you. So if you guys are a little tired, I think it's already going to be 11 o'clock night. So if you guys want to pick up a cup of coffee or a cup of hot chocolate, tea, you can pick up. Come and sit very comfortably. All I want is you being in a very relaxed, sweet, fresh mood. With a cup of coffee or hot chocolate, tea, anything is okay. Just come and sit. Enjoy. You don't need to be tensed actually. Because I will take your stress. Where all you have pain points, where all you are locked, where all you are caught, I know it. I will crack them. You don't need to worry. You sip cup of coffee, you sip cup of tea, and keep a cup of coffee for me also. I'll bless that and give it to you as a prasadam. You just enjoy what I am talking and trying to drink my words along with your cup of coffee. Then initiation will happen. That quantum initiation will happen. Nothing serious. You don't need to be very serious. You don't just be awake, but nothing to be serious or worried. Ma Pragnya, tell your brother also to come for initiation. Call him. Tell him to attend the initiation. Vinesh, can you get all your pets? Not only kids, pets also. Let them all have initiation. So listen. Conscious sovereignty means there is no blind spot about you and your existence. There is nothing called shocking. Everything is sweetly surprising. See, sweetly surprising is not wrong. But there is nothing called shocking. You just know the probability and possibilities of your existence. Because you are consciously manifesting it. Even your so-called negative patterns, bondages, chains, which binds you, your mind, your self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, even all of this is the choices you took, maybe out of delusion, but that does not mean it is bad. When the delusion becomes strong, you will simply wake up to the next level of consciousness. One funny thing with human beings, all the things they like, they feel as good. They take the responsibility. Yes, I manifested this. I am the conscious sovereign authority for this because it is such a good thing. But the most funny thing, things you don't like also you only manifested. You manifested it for different reason. Maybe after manifesting you forgot. You liked it and you wanted it. You called for it. So listen. Tripura, call Vedaswarupa to attend. Nice. Vedaswarupa, call Bhagavan Reddy also to come and attend. Bhagavan Reddy and his daughter and wife, the whole family. Listen. I'll repeat now. Even if you missed the whole satsang last, I think 1 hour I am speaking. Even if you missed the whole 1 hour, don't worry. I'm going to be elaborately repeating in various words. Because it's the initiation, the words I am uttering are like a mantra. Initiation. It is not discourse or a teaching. It's a mantra. So it will just go inside you and it will start working inside you and manifesting the conscious sovereignty. It's like a conscious seed, powerful seed going into your system. So listen. You take responsibility for all the good things in your life. That's great. Nothing wrong with it. Understand even the bad things you think you only called for it. And if you don't want to take the responsibility for the bad things, that irresponsibility is also okay. Because that irresponsibility is delusion. Irresponsibility, not wanting to take responsibility for the bad things you invited in your life is delusion. That delusion is also going to wake you up and lead you to liberation. So it is not that delusion is something bad. Be very clear. You be the good guy in your life, bad guy in your life, right guy in your life, wrong guy in your life, neutral guy in your life. You be your deluder, you be your liberator. You are that. It is not that you have to be or become. You are that. That is the truth. Get comfortable with this. And if you don't want to get comfortable, also is okay. Because you are that. See, even
even if you don't get comfortable with the truth, you invited your headache by having a head. You deciding to have a head itself, you accept the process of possible headache, the possibility of headache. The moment you decide to drive in the road, you accept the possibility of the accident or a sweet surprise of meeting your friend whom you did not meet for a long time. So the surprise, sweet surprises, shocking accidents, both are possibilities, probabilities of your decision to drive in the road. So ultimately, you are the source is not teaching, it's a reality. And the great news is when you start getting comfortable with this truth, you manifest powers. You manifest powers. You manifest powers of conscious sovereignty. That is what is powers of Paramashiva. Every time when you manifest powers of Paramashiva, I give you one powerful cognition to manifest that power. That powerful cognition is one of this liberating principle. So now I am giving you multiple liberating principles. So you start manifesting multiple powers. Do not let others play bad guy role in your life. And even if you let them play the bad guy role, it's okay. This paradox, the other you choose, you want as a bad guy, is also part of your conscious sovereign decision. Paramashiva, creation, creation of sustenance, creation of destruction, creation of delusion, creation of liberation, maintenance dimension getting created, maintenance of maintenance, maintenance of destruction dimension, maintenance of delusion dimension, maintenance of liberation dimension, then destructive dimension getting created, the destructive dimension getting maintained, the destructive dimension getting destroyed, the destructive dimension getting deluded, the destructive dimension getting liberated, then the delusion dimension getting created, the delusion dimension getting maintained, the delusion dimension getting destroyed,
the delusion dimension getting deluded, and the delusion dimension getting liberated, and liberation dimension getting created, the liberation dimension getting maintained, the liberation dimension getting destroyed, the liberation dimension getting deluded, the liberation dimension getting liberated. These 25 heads of Paramashiva contemplate how in each of this dimension you are manifesting your life. How you yourself enjoy many times your own delusions knowing it is delusion. Multiple times you enjoy your delusion knowing it is delusion. I am not saying don't enjoy your delusion. I am not saying enjoy your delusion. I am only saying know it that it is you, so that your conscious sovereignty is not damaged by your actions. Your existence should not be damaged by your actions. You may be eating, does not mean you are an eater. You may not be eating, does not mean you are a nirahari. You may be having sex, maybe sometimes even with different persons. That does not mean you are a womanizer or a nymphomaniac. I am not saying go and be a womanizer. I am not saying do this or don't do this. All I am trying to tell you is the actions does not damage your existence. Your conscious sovereignty is independent of all your delusions put together. Because your unmanifest is more powerful than all the 5 manifest put together. Your creation, maintenance, delusion, destruction, liberation, all 5 put together is only 25% of you. 75% of you is your unmanifest. I am giving you kind of this percentage for you to understand. In reality, 99.999999% of you is unmanifest. Only the 0.0000001% is the manifest. In that manifest is a 5 manifestation. Like if in your cell, even if your cell, if you thoroughly analyze, 99.99999% is vacuum, unmanifest. Only the 0.0000001% is the manifest. In that manifest, 1/5 is creation, 1/5 is sustenance, 1/5 is destruction, 1/5 is delusion, 1/5 is liberation. So, drop from quantity quality based irritative stressful kind of a drugged thought flow, life current, That's the right word I'll call it. Drugged life current. Drop from that. Come to this conscious sovereignty. And you don't need to expect you should experience conscious sovereignty within this 1 hour of satsang. I will make that happen. You don't get stressed. You listen to every word I am uttering and try to cognize. That's enough. Mind is a drug. It's not chain. The word chain gives kind of a solid experience perception. It is not worthy to be called as chain. It's only alcohol. Tomorrow morning, its effect will not be there on you. That kind of a moodiness of your mood is a drug. Drug's impact on you is moodiness of your mood. So the moodiness of your mood is mind, which is like a drug. See, the fear. Fear is the substance out of which your mind is formed. That substance, fear itself, is moodiness of your mood. It is not even the permanent mood. When the lust comes, the fear just disappears because it is only moodiness of your moods. As I said, delusion is only one dimension of the 5 dimensions. So the fear is just a moodiness of your mood. The Chidananda Swabhava, which is like a ecstasy of knowing your conscious sovereignty. Even if a drop of that ecstasy, knowing your conscious sovereignty, starts seeping into your mind, the drug called mind loses power over your brain. See, your brain as on now is drugged with a drug called mind. Even one drop of nectar, dose of Chidananda Swabhava Amrita, if you know your conscious sovereignty even in one dimension, hey, yes. What Swamiji is saying is clicking, yes. Other words I don't understand, but this one word I understand what he is telling. Even if one click starts happening and clicking, that nectar starts getting you out of the drug called mind. So listen. Now I am giving you multiple nectar drops. Anyone works on you is enough. You will start cherishing the conscious sovereignty, which I sincerely want all of you to manifest by Guru Purnima. By Guru Purnima, I want all of you to have the conscious sovereignty, because by this whole Chaturmasya, I want all of you to enjoy this conscious sovereignty and manifest powers. Powers of the unmanifest, Paramashiva, the source of you. Listen.
many of the truths now I am revealing, I uttered in last 27 years of my public life, documented multiple times in multiple places, in multiple words. I am just now putting all of it together with this focus and presenting it to you. See, whatever I am sharing is basically from the revelations Paramashiva revealed in Vedas and Agamas. Last 27 years of my public life, whatever I was sharing, from what I inherited from my gurus, now I am compiling with the focus of you experiencing conscious sovereignty. I want you to catch the glimpse of conscious sovereignty. Vishoka, tell your mom to attend the session. Vishoka, get your mom to attend the session. So listen. First, stop hating. Stop getting powerless about anything in your life. Do not get powerless. Do not hate. There were so many assassination attempts on me. Even those things, I neither care nor hate nor enjoy. I don't enjoy the assassination attempts on me, and I don't hate the assassination attempts on me. I don't care about it. So first thing, stop forming rigid attitudes. Stop appreciating rigid attitudes as your wisdom. That is not wisdom. Rigid attitudes are informations frozen in your brain, not wisdom radiating in your brain. Informations frozen in your brain can only be the brain blockage. You call that blood clot, like that brain clot. It's only the brain clot. Go for conscious sovereignty centric existence. Even if you miss in your stressful life to be conscious sovereign being, when you come back home, when you drop your coat and shoes, drop your mind and stress and decide, inside my home, I will be conscious sovereign being. Sit and remind yourself, cognize conscious sovereignty of you. In few days, this will become your existence. Because anything you enjoy, anything you entertain, you become that becomes you. See, throughout your life, if you enjoy being a clerk, you will retire as a clerk. If you enjoy being a manager, you will retire as a manager. If you enjoy being a king, you will retire as a king.
What you enjoy, you will manifest. Do not tell me, oh, I enjoy being a king, but I am not getting opportunity. No, life is too big. And even if you are struggling, no, I really want to be a king, but I am not getting opportunity, then okay, entertain with that. You are engaging with that, engage with that delusion. It's okay. But know it, you are engaging with that delusion. Listen. When you want to brand life as unfair, you decide you want this, but you are not given that. That is why life is unfair. The conclusions you want to come due to your non-involvement with the life is the real delusions. But as I said, it's not that delusions are wrong, because when the delusion becomes thick, it becomes nightmare and you wake up. You are pushed to the next level of enlightenment automatically. Engaging with the quality, quantity centric thinking always leads to destruction and delusion. Decide truth about the life is the goal of your life. I tell you, first be genius. What is the meaning of genius? Search for the truth is the center of life. From that, make a six-pack body. From that, make billions of dollars. From that, make all the relationships you want. From that, manifest all the powers you want. You want, create what you want, enjoy what you want, celebrate what you want, destroy what you don't want. Be deluded when you want, be liberated when you want, but centered on your conscious sovereignty. Listen, people who search for the truth in the field they have chosen in their life, they become genius. In my life, I have met many genius people. In Tiruvannamalai alone, I have met at least 50 genius people. Genius means extraordinary genius, because their whole focus is about the truth of life. From the truth, whatever they want to manifest, they can manifest, and they manifested that what they need and lived it. I tell you, Annamalai Swamigal had only 2 loincloth and 2 towel his whole life. But I have not seen a more richer person than him. In my life, I have not seen anybody else richer than Annamalai Swamigal. Because he manifested the two kaupin and two towel from his conscious sovereignty. His decision to exist on the truth of life is a genius, I tell you. I have met many Nobel laureate scientists, but the geniusness, nobody can be compared to Annamalai Swamigal or Ram Surat Kumar. A geniusness is not related to what others feel about you. It is related to your strength of cognizing the truth of life. Your brain's capacity to cognize the truths of life and manifest them in your life in a very cohesive, coherent way. That is geniusness. That's what I call geniusness. Neither Annamalai Swami will want third kaupin, nor he would have accepted even if people forced it on him. Listen, I am not saying you also live with just two kaupin and two clothes. No. All I am saying is manifest billions and trillions without losing your geniusness. Genius means your capacity to cognize the truth. You have 25 heads, as I explained now. You have 25 heads. If you want, I'll repeat. I'll repeat for the sake of people who joined now. Creating creation. Maintaining creation. Destroying creation. Deluding creation. Liberating creation. Maintenance being created. Maintenance being maintained. Maintenance getting destroyed. Maintenance being deluded. Maintenance getting liberated. Destruction getting created. Destruction getting maintained. Destruction getting destroyed. Destruction getting deluded. Destruction getting liberated. Delusion getting created, delusion getting maintained, delusion getting destroyed, delusion getting deluded, delusion getting liberated. Liberation getting created, liberation getting maintained, liberation getting destroyed, liberation getting deluded, liberation getting liberated. This 25 phase FACE and PHASE phase of Paramashiva, you have it. Recognizing this gives you conscious sovereignty. In your life, you are doing all these 25. When you understand this, you become Ishvara of your life. You become Paramashiva of your life. Then naturally you become Paramashiva of existence, cosmos. If you become Paramashiva of your macrocosm, you become Paramashiva of the microcosm, because both are one and the same. Ability to cognize this is geniusness. Geniusness is not just stealing some theories here and there. Listen, the so-called modern civilization mostly built on stolen money and stolen theories from Hindus of India. Instead of India, I'll use the word Bharat, because the Bharat is from Himalayas to Malaysia, from Gandhar to Gadaram. The whole thing is Bharat. India means you will feel only that small area, but Bharat, the modern day civilization, mostly built on stolen wealth and stolen ideas of Himalayas, from Himalayas to Setu and Gandhar to Gadaram, Bharat. From Bharat, the knowledge, ideas, principles, and wealth stolen. Out of this only, the modern day civilization is built. Only thing is, they stole parts of it. They did not fully steal. That is why the whole mess. Geniusness is not about stealing some concept, principles, and rebranding, rewording in your name, and getting Nobel Prize or this prize, that award, this award, that recognition, this recognition. Geniusness is ability to cognize you are doing this 25 in your life. And reclaiming your conscious sovereignty. That is geniusness. This is what I call sarvanyatva. So many universities have so many departments. Some of the universities have 200 departments. They are all able to produce only genius of that field in that chair. But now what I am saying, if you cognize, you will become sarvanya. You will be the genius of conscious sovereignty. Spend little time on cognizing this. Nothing wrong. That will be the best worthy time in your life. See how you are creating creation in your life, how you are maintaining creation in your life, how you manifest a cell, and how you sustain that cell, how you destroy that cell, how you put that cell into delusion, means different usage, and how you liberate that cell. Once for all, you free it, and that becomes part of your larger existence, unmanifest form. How you are playing all these 25 dimensions of you, cognize. These 25 phases and paces. You will simply taste the nectar of conscious sovereignty. Understand?
this quantum initiation to happen between Paramashiva, me, you, all three of us. You don't need to do anything. You just need to connect with me as I introduce me to you. I introduce me to you. I am Paramashiva, fully manifesting conscious sovereignty of Paramashiva with all its dimensions. Unmanifest and manifest and more. When you choose to connect with this introduction, the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada between Paramashiva, me and you starts happening. And with this mood, relaxed, sit with a cup of coffee, hot chocolate or tea, listen to these revelations. At least till few things click in you. Maheshwara, Bhagavan Reddy is sleeping. Wake him up. His head is already hung. Listen, listen. I am giving you the essence of everything Paramashiva revealed, the best of everything Paramashiva revealed to all the rishis and from to Devi Parashakti and from her to Vishnu to all the rishis, the Guru Parampara, the whole thing we inherited from whatever was grown from Himalayas to Setu and Gandhar to Gadaram. Gandhar is Afghanistan, present day Afghanistan. Gadaram is the present day Malaysia. Afghanistan to Malaysia. Himalayas to Sri Lanka, that's Setu. Whatever was grown there, that geniusness essence, whatever Paramashiva gave to Paramashakti, from Paramashakti to Vishnu, Parandama, from Parandama to the whole Guru Parampara. Best of the whole thing I am sharing with you all. Listen to this. Ultimately, the essence of what I am trying to convey is you are Paramashiva. The conscious sovereignty of you is unstealable. Can't be taken away from you, even when you are in delusion. Sit and start cognizing, recognizing
recognizing this Shaktipada and Shaktinipada I am giving you now will sink into your being and sink both of us with Paramashiva. Paramashiva, me, you, all three of us will be in sync. When these truths sink inside you, do it like a homework till you understand each dimension of this 25 dimension. Sit and start penning down how your conscious sovereignty is working in that dimension, how you delude your own delusion. Only when you delude your delusion, you can get out of delusion. Only when you terrorize your nightmare, you will wake up from the nightmare. See, the nightmare happens in a ground. For example, you are having a nightmare, you are running to escape from tiger and snake, and you are running in the wild forest. This is the nightmare. But you send a earthquake to your nightmare and shake your very nightmare itself. Then you realize, oh God, you never went to that forest and the whole thing is a delusion. You wake up. So you delude even your delusion. It means you have a capacity to delude your delusion. You can give an earthquake to the forest in which you are running to save your life. You are running in a forest to escape from tiger and elephant and lion or snakes, but you have a capacity to give earthquake to the whole forest and shake the forest and wake up from that. I'm giving you one example. But you can see in multiple levels how you are capable of deluding your delusion itself and liberating yourself from your delusions. Look into small examples of your life and start working on it. Listen, when Arjuna decided to connect with Krishna, as Krishna introduces himself, Krishna says, I am everything. Krishna says, I taught the science to Ikshvaku, Surya. Arjuna was shocked. This is too blatant. Hey, you are my classmate. We both grew up together. You are just few days elder to me. What do you mean by saying you taught this knowledge to Surya, who is there from eternity? Arjuna even asks openly. Then Krishna explains, but Arjuna had a doubt, but not violence in the doubt. He only wanted clarification.
So the moment Krishna clarified, Arjuna decided to connect as Krishna introduces himself, not as the Krishna abusers introduced Krishna, or as he himself has perceived Krishna. See, Krishna and Arjuna grew up together. They were classmates, all mates. They enjoyed life together. It was such a sweet relationship. Arjuna decides not to trust even his own opinion, idea about Krishna, but to connect with what Krishna introduces about himself. Then Arjuna gets the Divya Chakshu and sees the Vishwarupa of Krishna. The Shaktipada and Shaktinipada happens between Parameshwara, Paramashiva, Krishna and Arjuna. So understand, this knowledge will make you real genius. Seeking the truth intensely makes you genius, not just some award, reward, theory, somebody accepting you. It is the intense commitment to discover the truth, ability to cognize the truth in your brain. Everything other than this geniusness, others can do for you. Money, others can earn for you. Clothes, others can get for you. Food, others can get for you. Everything others can get for you. But the seeking of the truth, only you have to do for yourself. Becoming genius, only you have to do for yourself. Nobody else can do it for you. I can give you Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. Make this Shaktipada and Shaktinipada happen between Paramashiva, me and you. I can do that. But deciding to cognize that conscious sovereignty, only you can do it for you. Decide to be genius. Decide to be conscious genius. Decide to have conscious sovereignty. Decide to grasp how you are doing all these 25 in your life. Till you catch it, sit and pen down, think through. This will make you most practical. I tell you, most of your stupid decisions are because of delusion. When people ask me about divorce, I tell them, hey, marriage itself is a stupid thing which you already did. Why do you want to do one more stupid thing called divorce? It's all over. Just go through and work on your conscious sovereignty. So you can make
Not only your marriage, your whole life work. Doing the marriage out of stupidity is the crime, and doing the divorce without getting out of the stupidity is a bigger crime. If you have done the marriage out of stupidity, get out of stupidity, not getting out of the marriage. Getting out of the marriage is not solution. Get out of the stupidity. Become seeker of truth with a conscious stamina for the truth. Seeker for the conscious sovereignty with a stamina. You will become genius, and your practical life will become most beautiful. I am not talking some otherworldly. I am talking of other worldly, in this world, in every world. This conscious sovereignty truth. Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bayat. Even if you start cognizing even little bit, so much fear will be destroyed, so much bad things will leave you. You will become so good to yourself and to others and to the whole world. All your suffocation is due to your stupidity, not because of the reality. Get out of stupidity, not from reality. I'll utter word by word. I'm just trying to reveal layer by layer. What you call as a easy things of your life, for which you already want to own responsibility, like the good things you created in your life. Look into all of that and understand how you created all of it. Then move to little difficult things.
You may not have created it directly, but you created the possibility for it. You did not create your stomach pain directly, but you ate all the shit which you are not supposed to eat and created the possibility for the stomach pain. So move to those kind of things and start understanding. Then move to your pain points. You literally deny, no, I did not create this. This was forced upon me by my enemies. And then you even have some stupid things. People dare to tell, this was forced upon me by God himself. As if bum loose. பைத்தியம் பைத்தியம். பத்தனா கொடுத்து பன்னிப்பிய வாங்கி தின்னுட்டு நீ படுத்து இருந்தா அதுக்கு பரமசிவன் மேலேயா பாதகம் சொல்லுவ? சட்டி என்ன கொதிக்குதுன்னு சத்தமெல்லாம் நெருப்புல குதிச்சான். This all village slang. It's a little difficult to translate. I'll make them translate and put it in the Facebook. That gist, you get it from there. Listen. What you can easily accept, you manifested, list them. What you easily don't accept, you manifest them. You manifested it, list them. What you feel very difficult to accept that you manifested, what you don't want to accept at all, you manifested. Just see. And how your delusion, destruction, all this is involved in every step. Start cognizing. I think I am not yet done. I am going to continue. I know it's already 2 hours satsang, more than 2 hours, but I am going to continue. If it is late night, I think it is 12 o'clock now for India. But anyhow, when I wanted to share, let me continue and do the initiation. So better you guys get one more cup of coffee, tea, hot chocolate, anything you want, and keep yourself awake and listen. Get the initiation, because now the initiation is happening. Same way, how many things you are able to feel, you created the delusion. What all the delusion, you don't want to take the direct responsibility and say, half I created, half my father forced on me, half I created, half my teacher pushed it on me.
Half I am responsible, half he is responsible. Then there are some things you say, no, absolutely I am not responsible. It was forced on me. It was literally like a rape. And then you say, no, it was not even forced on me by ordinary people. God himself forced this on me, this delusion. So you have various categories. Start listing and understanding. Start listing, understanding the creation dimensions, sustenance dimensions, destruction dimensions, delusion dimensions, liberation dimensions, each of this understand, every aspect of you listen, every aspect of you understand. Your capacity to manifest your conscious sovereignty in that field will start like hitting the roof. Peak performance will start happening. I'll give you the example of food. The field of food, if you understand how you generate food patterns, you sustain food patterns, you destroy food patterns, and you struggle with the food patterns out of delusion, and how you liberate yourself from the food patterns. If you understand, in that field you will become genius. Ma Maheshwara, where is Bhagavan Reddy? Missing again? Get him. I'll wait till he comes. He's gone to sleep? No, pour coffee on him and get him. Not on his head, pour in his mouth. Give him coffee and get him. Ma Supraja, get Bhagavan Reddy. Bhagavan Reddy has come back. So let me start. Listen. Hey Supraja, give him coffee. I tell you, in Tiruvannamalai, there will be tamarind trees. The poor people will take contract to pluck the tamarind ripe fruit from the tree. One day, one person who took that contract came to my guru, Raghupati Yogi, and complained that he has to get so much of labor to shake the tree and make all that ripe tamarind fruits to fall. The labor cost is more than the selling cost of the tamarind. It was very funny. Solution my guru gave. My guru said, don't worry.
just make small bits of ginger. He said, take ginger and make it into small piece. Put jaggery. Keep it next to the tamarind trees. I could not understand. How can this be a solution for his problem? But one good thing I had is surrender to my gurus. I'll simply keep quiet. Even if I don't understand, I will keep quiet till, see, in Tiruvannamalai, there will be these tamarind trees. Poor people take the leaves of those trees, collect all the ripe fruits and make puli, tamarind out of that fruits and sell. One day, one poor man who took the contract for some of the tamarind trees came to my guru, Raghupati Yogi, and he was telling his problem. Swamiji, that I have to spend so much money for the labor to shake the tree and make that tamarind fruits fall, and then collect and make the tamarind and sell. The labor cost which I have to pay for all the workers is more than the money I gain from that selling the tamarind. So the business is going in loss. He was really crying. Very sad situation. My guru, Raghupati Yogi, he gave the solution. See, in India, especially Indian villages, gurus are like a yellow page. Any problem, people will come to gurus only. And they will have to solve everything. And my guru just gave one solution. Hey, get ginger, fully ripe, dry ginger. Make small pieces. Mix jaggery. Keep it near the tamarind tree garden on a stone. I could not understand. How can this be a solution? But I had one good thing in my life. Utter obedience to my gurus. Whether I understand or not, I'll just keep quiet and wait till I understand. And this fellow did it exactly as my guru told. Within 48 hours, he came back and said, with eyes full of bliss tears, he thanked my guru. And he said, Swamiji, I kept this ginger and jaggery. All the local monkeys came and ate. Once the monkeys eat the ginger, what will happen? That's all. Very pudichi. They jumped on all the trees and ulukified all the trees. Inchi tinna korangu enna agum? He said, Swamiji, not only all the ripe tamarind fruits fell from the tree, these monkeys jumped on all the mango trees and shook even all the mangoes I collected. Almost 90% of the tamarind, 90% of the mango, I collected it. Only the remaining 10%, the happenings of your life, which you are not able to convince that you are responsible directly or indirectly, that part is called delusion. And delusion is not always bad. Delusion is nothing but some part of you which you just want to keep it aside to be stress-free. If you understand, you are responsible even for your delusion, you will not feel bad to take responsibility for your delusion. Listen, this is what I call layers of problems. See, when you don't want to take responsibility for your delusion, you start calling them bad, or when you start thinking they are bad, you don't want to take responsibility for them. Either you stop calling them bad or take responsibility. Anyone will start solving this puzzle called delusion. If you take responsibility, you won't call them bad anymore. If you stop calling them bad, you will start taking responsibility. Anyone is okay, and you will start breaking that deadlock, catch-20 situation. You will start liberating yourself from your delusions. Your delusion is nothing but the part of you which you did not attend for quite a long time. That's it. Sometimes it is also change of taste. See, all the time you can't be taking sweet. You may want little spicy, gongura chutney also. You may want little chili, that spicy things also. That's all is the life. And nothing wrong to go for spicy. The layers and layers. If you start peeling, you will simply realize and reclaim your conscious sovereignty. You will understand how the Guru graces you with the Shakti Pada and Shakti Nipada, and how this virtuous circle of you, me, Paramashiva, all three, vibrating in the same frequency and oneness. The more and more pain points in you melts down, more and more you, me, Paramashiva, all three start vibrating in the same frequency of oneness. I can call it Paramadvaita, Shuddhadvaita.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோஸ்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும் பக்தியுடன் பாடிடும் பிரார்த்தனையும் சோத்திரம் நித்யனவன் காலடியில் கொண்டு நம்ம சேர்த்திடும் செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும் சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும் செய்யும் அந்த தியானம் அது சித்தம் தெளிவாக்கிடும் சித்தம் தெளிவாக அது தெய்வீகத்தை கூட்டிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்ந்திடாம ஓடிடும் தென்றலாக வீசிடும் தேகந்தா சிலிர்த்திடும் சொந்தமாக்க எண்ணி விட சேர்த்திடாம ஓடிடும் கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும் இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம் கைகளும் துறக்க அது கனிவுடனே நிறைஞ்சிடும் இதயத்துக்குள்ள இனிதாக வரும் ஆனந்தம் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம் சொர்க்கலோகம் என்பதும் நரகலோகம் என்பதும் வெளியில் தானே உள்ளதுன்னு வீணாகத்தான் தேடினோம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும் எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும் கொண்ட எண்ணம் தானே அந்த நிலைய நமக்கு காட்டிடும் எண்ணம் தெளிவாக மன சொர்க்க வாழ்வை கண்டிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் சோகமாக்கிடும் ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும் வளருகின்ற எண்ணமோ வாழ்வ சோகமாக்கிடும் ஆழ்ந்து செயல் செய்ய அது மாயமா மறைஞ்சிடும் மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும் என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும் மீண்டும் உருவாகும் அந்த சக்தி தன்னை தீர்த்திடும் என்ன மறைந்தோட அது ஆன்மீகத்தில் சேர்த்திடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடிவிடும் நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். ஏற்றமான வாழ்க்கையும் இறக்கம் கண்ட போதும் மனம் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் பக்குவத்தை பாங்குடனே கொள்ளணும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். மாற்றங்களை தாங்க மனம் பெரும் தவிப்பு தவிச்சிடும். உள்ள மத ஏற்க அங்கு பரவசமும் நிறைஞ்சிடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். ஐம்புலனின் ஆளுமை துன்பத்தையே சேர்க்கும். குரு நித்யனை நீ நம்பு அது ஆனந்தத்தை ஈர்க்கும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். அன்பு வழி மலரும் அகங்காரம் அது நீங்கிடும். சத்குருவின் பாதம் சரணாகதியா சேர்ந்திடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம். வாழ்க்கை வாழ்ந்து பார்க்கணும். அட வாழ்ந்துதான் ஆன்மீகத்தை அனுபவிக்கணும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
சக்தி எல்லாம் தேடி வரும் ஞானமும் தான் கூடி விடும்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
நித்யானந்த சொன்ன சூத்திரம் அது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு வேத சாஸ்திரம்.
நல்ல தியானந்த மன்னன் இங்கே வந்தாச்சு நல்ல தியானம் தர நித்யன் என்று ஆயாச்சு கரைய மன்னன் இங்கே வந்தாச்சு, நல்ல தியானந்தர நித்யன் என்று ஆயாச்சு. ஆயர்குல மன்னன் இங்கே வந்தாச்சு, நல்ல தியானந்தர நித்யன் என்று ஆயாச்சு. ஆறுமுகன் தந்தை இங்கே வந்தாச்சு, ஆறுமுகன் தந்தை இங்கே வந்தாச்சு. அடநாலு முகனும் நாரணனும் சேர்ந்தாச்சு, சேர்ந்தாச்சு. ஆயர்குல மன்னன் இங்கே வந்தாச்சு, நல்ல தியானந்தர நித்யன் என்று ஆயாச்சு.
ಪಾವನವಾಯಿತು ನನ್ನೀ ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪಾವನವಾಯಿತು ನನ್ನೀ ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನೀ. ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ನೀ. ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ನೀ ದೇವಿಗೆ ಎಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಜ್ಞಾನವ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ನೀ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿಹೆ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ. ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ, ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ. ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ, ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ. ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವಂತ ಕಲೆಯನೆ ಕಲಿಸಿದಂತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನಿ. ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವಂತ ಕಲೆಯನೆ ಕಲಿಸಿದಂತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನಿ. ಶಿವರಾತ್ರಿ ಕಾಲವೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ಜಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನೀನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಸುರಿವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನೀ. ಭವರೋಗವ ತಡೆದು ಭಾವದ ಚಿಂತೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಳೆದು ಕರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳಿಸಿ ಹೊಸ ಜೀವನ ಕೊಡುವೆ. ಪಾವನವೇ ನಾಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದಗಳ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ, ಪಾವನವೇ ಬೀಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ದರ್ಶನದಿ. ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ. ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ.
நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் வெல்லுங்க. நித்திய நண்பு கொண்டு நம்மையே ஞான மாற்றம் தண்ணிலே செல்ல சொல்லியே கரு தள்ளி தந்ததே. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க, அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க, உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் வெல்லுங்க. கரு தள்ளி தந்ததே சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டு கேளுங்க சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டு கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் நாம சொல்லுங்க உங்க நெஞ்சில் உள்ள சோகம் இல்லைங்க நித்திய நண்பு கொண்டு நம்மையே ஞான மார்க்கம் தன்னிலே செல்ல சொல்லியே கரு தள்ளி தந்ததே சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க சக்திக்கெல்லாம் சக்தி தானுங்க அத பாங்குடனே பாட்டில் கேளுங்க ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ 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 ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬೆಡ್ದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬೆಡ್ದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಗುಣ ಪಡಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ ಬಂದು ನೋಡಿರೋ
ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ
ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರನ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರನ ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ದೇವಾಲಯವು ಆನಂದೇಶ್ವರಿಯ ದೇವಾಲಯವು ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು
ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನೀರೋ ಬಾಳಿ ಜೀವನದಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ವರವ ಪಡೆಯಿರಿ ಬಂದು ಭಾಗ್ಯವಂತರಾಗಿ ಬಾಳಿ ಜೀವನದಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು
ಬಿಡಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬಿಡಿದೆಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯು ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ 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 ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು ಆಲದ ಮರವು ಬಿಡದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯೋ ಬಿಡದಿಯ ಬಳಿ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರಿಯೋ
ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ ನಿತ್ಯನ ಮಹಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ 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 ನೋಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿರೋ
ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೇಯ ನುತಿಸುವೇನು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪಾತ್ರನ ದಯಾ ಸಾಗರನೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೇಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೇಯ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಅನಾಥ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಸಿಂಧುವೆ ಅನಾಥ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಸಿಂಧುವೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ ವೇದ ಗೋಚರಣೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ ವೇದ ಗೋಚರಣೆ ಅನಾಥ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಸಿಂಧುವೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ ವೇದ ಗೋಚರಣೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ ವೇದ ಗೋಚರಣೆ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನುತಿಸುವೇನು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪಾತ್ರನ ದಯಾ ಸಾಗರನೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೇಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೇಯ ನುತಿಸುವೇನು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಪಾತ್ರನ ದಯಾ ಸಾಗರನೆ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೇಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೇಯ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಇದು ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
Thank you.
सद्गुरुनायकं नित्यानन्दमे अच्युतं केशवं श्रीधरं माधवं सद्गुरुनायकं नित्यानन्दमे आनन्दम् आनन्दं नित्यानन्दम् आनन्दम् आनन्दम् आनन्दं नित्यानन्दमे आनन्दम् आनन्दं नित्यानन्दम् आनन्दम् आनन्दम् आनन्दं नित्यानन्दमे
Om. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, conscious sovereignty, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढा श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा
Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasya Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. It is a cognitive shift from what we understand as body and mind to the conscious sovereignty as our very truth, as our reality. That is science of power manifestation. It is a science because it can be repeatable and all of us can experience it, and which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The evidences for the science of power manifestation, the evidences from the Shastra Pramana, the scripture